And good afternoon, everyone. The final round of the 108th Edward Lasker Memorial / 2024 Marshall Chess Club Championship is underway. We're going to look at the standings before the final round, and this is how it looks. The Ukrainian international master Mykola Bortnik in first place, clear first place, the only player with 5 points out of 6. And then we've got Kamrakulov, Aditya Das, Andrew Tang, and Liam Putnam sharing second place with 4.5 points. In the final round, Bortnik is playing white against Liam Putnam. Kamrakulov has got the white pieces against Aditya Das, and Andrew Tang has the black pieces against the talented 14-year-old Egyptian international master Kevin George. Let's get to the games. This is not exactly a must-win game for Bortnik, but he's in great shape and he's got the white pieces. E5. So we have the Alpine variation of the Sicilian. Knight c6. So this time he decides not to play d4 early. He plays bishop c4 instead. Knight b6 and bishop to b3, and black plays the pawn to d5. If black wants to play this really aggressively, there's this line, which I myself played with the black pieces for many years, but now I don't know if I fully trust it anymore, so I'm kind of stopping. But it's a pretty good looking one. Black plays c4, bishop c2, queen to c7, attacking the central pawn. And after white plays queen e2, defending it, then black plays g5. This is a super interesting line. But I believe white has a slight advantage, actually, after h3. And I have switched my own repertoire to play d5. Nowadays, I believe that d5 is the best response. And what do you know? The super well-prepared Liam Putnam playing d5 instantly. Super well-prepared. The only good move for white is taking en passant here. Taking en passant is the only good move. We have one more follower after the last broadcast, and it's Jack Shire. Thank you, Jack. So if instead of the en passant, white plays d4, not ideal. Black is going to play c takes d4, c takes d4, and bishop to g4. And this is already a better position for black. Black is going to have a dream French defense with a light squared bishop, typically the bad French bishop, already outside of the pawn chain. Lots of pressure against the d4 early on. This is just weird for white. There's nothing this bishop is doing here. And black should be slightly better already. So taking en passant is the only good move. And Liam Putnam captures with the queen. And Bortnik castles kingside. White's development is quicker. According to my own training in this line, bishop e6 is the only move which should equalize for black. I'm looking up the opening tree now, and I see that, Liam Putnam did play bishop e6. But I'm seeing that there are quite a few good players going for c4 nowadays. So the reason bishop e6 is strong is that Black needs to find a future for the light squared bishop, and this bishop cannot go to g5, to g4, because of bishop takes f7 check, king takes knight g5 check, and queen takes g4. So white wins a pawn with a better position. If black plays e6 instead to play bishop e7 and kingside castling, then the light squared bishop is pretty passive. So bishop e6 is just a right sweet spot between attack and defense. Black develops the light squared bishop in such a way that these bishops get traded, so he solves his light squared bishop problem. And then he will develop his own dark squared bishop either by fianchetto or via e6, bishop e7. White has a slight lead in development, but this is very unlikely to give him an advantage given the fact that black's position is nice and solid. Bortnik has replied with bishop takes e6. And black will take with the queen. And there are three possible moves with rook e1, pawn to d4, or pawn to a4 to play a5. I'm going to assume that Bortnik is an a4 guy, that he's going to make this move now. Ha! There you go. Yes, I'm proud of myself. Thank you. I thought he would do this. So white's idea is to push this pawn to a4 and a5 and sometimes a6. Try to bring some life to the position, open up some lines for the rook, harass this knight a little bit. It's a good way to fight for the initiative here. Since black is behind on development on the king side, black is still going to have to prove equality. Lucia Romero 99 is following us. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Chess Lover is with us. Hello, Chess Lover. How are you? This is the final round. This is for all the marbles. Let's take a look at the other games because Mikola Bortnik is playing fantastic chess, but he's not the only one. Kumrakulov is the only player who no, he did not win every single game. He had a draw with Intertang, but he dropped only half a point so far. The thing is, how good is a player who takes 2 buys on Saturday and he's still on the hunt for the title? And Kumrakulov and Bortnik, who are playing side to side on boards number 1 and 2, they are both playing the Alapin variation against the Sicilian, with the difference that Kumrakulov's opponent, Aditya Das, is playing d5. We've talked about this over this broadcast. d5 is the most solid possible move for black. We have e takes d5, queen takes d5, and pawn to d4. Knight c6 and knight to f3. And then black plays knight f6. Taking a look at the opening book, because Kumrakulov has played bishop e3 and Aditya instantly played bishop g4. And I had never seen this move before. He played it quickly. To my knowledge, black would play c takes d4, e6, or bishop f5, one of these three moves. And indeed, the database shows that bishop g4 is only black's fifth most popular option. Looks weird to me that he's allowing white to win a pawn with d takes c5, but since he played it super quickly and he's playing black against Kamrakulov, who is an Alapin specialist, goes without saying that this is book, that Aditya Das had prepared this move with the engines before the game, which in turn means that it has to be good. So Scratch and Magician mentioning, I've played him. He can often play fast in the opening win, even when he's not in prep. Okay, so maybe bishop g4 is not his theory. So what Aditya is saying is that black is fine after d takes c5 then. White's not just winning a pawn. Because Kamrakulov played the bishop to e3 saying, yeah, I'm going to win a pawn. I'm going to play that and win a pawn. So you better play c takes d4. You better play e6 to defend it. So no, I don't need to. Bishop g4. I am a little bit surprised. Chess Lover has seen knight a3 a lot instead of bishop e3. Yeah. There are a few different ways to play this position. There's bishop e3, there's d takes c5, there is bishop e2, and there is knight a3. It is possible to play in all four different ways. The Alapin variation is very rich in ideas. I don't understand a magician. Black's idea is to play knight to d5, where the queen is. I like to start each round by taking a very, very quick look at all the games. What is going on in Andrew Tang's game? He's playing black against Kevin George, e4. And looks like we have a very chaotic opening. So it begins with the four knights opening. Bishop to b5 and bishop c5. Bishop b5, bishop c5. Wow. Andrew Tang might be interested in a battle here. He really wants to play for a win in the last round. Black equalizes with either knight d4 or bishop to b4. Both of these moves are very good, and you know, it's been proven basically that they do equalize for black. And yet, Andrew Tang has chosen a third option in bishop c5. This move is not unheard of, but it is only option number 4 in this opening. Even bishop d6 is more popular. Bishop c5 was famously used by Paul Murphy in one of the most memorable wins of his career, which was the 6th game of his match against Louis Paulson in 1858 at the finals of the first American Chess Congress, played exactly in New York City, 1858. In that famous game, um, Louis Paulsen did play knight takes e5, and Paul Murphy should have captured here like Andrew Tang did, but instead he played rook to e8. And the way Louis Paulsen could have grabbed an initiative against Paul Murphy in that game was playing the accurate knight f3, but he didn't. He took Paul Murphy's knight here. So how about we take a quick look at that famous, fantastic game? I'm going to open it up here. So this is the first American Chess Congress. I got the year wrong. It's 1857, not 1858. Pretty much all American players except the German Louis Paulsen, and Paul Murphy was an unknown player back then. Word on the street is that he was just like the champion of Louisiana, but he would have to play against the big boys in New York City, and then he won his round of 16 match against James Thompson 3-0, quarterfinals against Alexander Meek 3-0, semifinals against Theodore Lichtenstein 4.5 versus 0.5, and then he defeats Louis Paulsen in the finals 6-2. And I'm going to show you guys that game very quickly. I'm going to pull it up here. So Louis Paulsen is playing black, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Louis Paulsen is playing white and Paul Murphy is playing black. So we have the same opening as in the Andrew Tang game, and Louis Paulsen plays knight takes e5. So Andrew Tang took the knight, which is the best idea. Paul Murphy played the rook to e8, and he should have had a slightly worse position against knight f3, which is the best move for white. Instead, white played knight takes c6. We had d takes c6, b5, knight takes e4, c3, and then Paul Murphy plays the queen to d3, the positional move, blocking that pawn on d2. And we're going to have one of the most famous combinations of Paul Murphy's career when his opponent offers the queen trade with queen a6, then queen takes bishop, pawn takes queen, check, king h1, bishop h3. Rook to d1, bishop g2, check, bishop takes f3, check, bishop h3, bishop takes f2, threatening a checkmate in one with bishop g2. White has to give up the queen there. Bishop takes queen, and he invades the 7th rank. He's up 2 pawns with a positional advantage. This pawn cannot advance because it's laterally pinned. Rook a1, rook h6, d4, bishop e3, and white resigned because of the threat of checkmate in 2. So this is Louis Paulsen versus Paul Murphy, the 6th game of their match. Nice, chess lover. I'm going to look into that. I've studied the middle game of that game a lot, but not as much the opening. So knight f3, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes e4, c3, d5, d4, and then bishop d3. This is supposed to give white some advantage. The best move for black is what Andrew Tang did. It's knight takes e5. So white forks bishop and knight with d4. And white's idea is that after bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, d6, and f4, white has an advantage because of the bishop pair and the fact that black's knight is getting kicked around. We could have something like knight c6 and queen to f2, and white is a bit better. But the one move which certainly equalizes for black is bishop d6, and it has been played by Tang. Me too, chess lover. I love me some Paul Murphy. Then pawn to f4 was played by Kevin George. And this is all book. As crazy as this looks, this is all book. If instead d takes e5, bishop takes e5, then white cannot play f4 because of bishop takes c3 and knight takes e4, winning a pawn. F4 is very strong. This is book. Let me look at the opening book. What is the best square for this knight? Okay, so the theoretical debate is between knight g4 and knight c6. Those are the two main moves. Knight g4 has been played by Tang, and then here comes the fork. He plays the bishop to b4. Then e takes f6, knight takes f6. Oh, he did not play e takes f6. Wow. I thought white had to take the knight. Kevin played f5 and he did so instantly. Well, granted, if we take the knight and black plays knight takes f6, this is just equal. Black has no problems because this is not a well-coordinated position. This pawn is blockading the dark squared bishop. This bishop is not a very good one. Yes, he did, head of dog. Yes, Andrew Tang was defeated by Bortnick in that game. It was pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Yes, so this line is just equal, and Kevin is trying to make this game lively. And he plays the f5 line. And Tang seems to be out of book because it took him 6 minutes to reply with rook e8, which according to the opening book is the best move. He's just waiting for white to play e takes f6. Now Kevin is the one who seems to be out of book finally, and because it took him 6 minutes as well to reply with bishop f4. Wow. Who is Mark? Who's Mark? Who's Mark? Mark plays that line? Who's Mark? Am I just going blank here? I can't think of a Mark. I can't think of a Mark. I can't think. Who's Mark? Mark plays like that? Oh, a Twitch celebrity. Okay. How good is Mark as a player? What's his rating? Moving on to board number 4, Joshua Colas. Joshua Colas has been amazing in his interviews because we have different personalities. So because I'm very like hyped up, and like there's something about him that I think he meditates. I think he meditates a lot. I might be wrong because it's awesome. Like the way he speaks, like he's so calm, and there's this calmness about him that's not very common in a high-level chess player. D4, D5, Knight F3, C5. He's playing against John Hughes of Ireland. C3, Knight F6, Bishop to F4. We have a London system. Knight C6, E3, Queen to B6. Queen to B3 and pawn to C4. So it's better for white to play the queen to C2 here than take on B6. This is well known. Taking on B6 is slightly inaccurate. And here's the reason. Opening up the A file is already to black's benefit, but there's also the fact that white cannot stop B4 from being played. Okay, Mark Esterman, 2450 FIDE. Nice. Mayhem in the Mora. B4, C takes B4, knight takes B4, threatens a fork. Rook to C1, defends it, the knight goes back to C6, and the extremely strong pawn on C4 gives black a slight advantage. So queen to C2, bishop to F5, queen to C1. Bishop F5 is well known. This bishop cannot be captured. If it's captured, then queen takes B2 goes after the rook. And this is completely lost for white. There's a funny line here where white plays knight FD2, and black should not take the rook right now. If black takes the rook, that's a mistake because white retreats the queen to C2, and now black's queen cannot get away. So what's going to happen is white castles and then just like develops the knight somewhere, and the queen is trapped. So instead of queen takes A1, black plays E6 first as an intermediate move, and that's awesome. Attacks the white queen. The queen cannot go to any square on the queen side, has to go to a square on the king side where it does nothing, and now queen takes A1 is completely winning. This is why against bishop F5 the bishop cannot be taken, and white plays the queen to C1 instead, and black goes straight for knight H5, which is a pretty good move actually. Bishop E5, pawn to F6, bishop G3, takes on g3 and plays e5. So the opening seems to have been a huge success for John Hughes. And black has the bishop pair and domination of the center. This should already be slightly better for black. I'm not a huge fan of this whole line for white, to be honest. I agree. I agree. This is awesome prep. Looks like awesome prep. Okay, h4 has been played. Knight h4 has been played quickly. This bishop is under attack. Oh, the point is if the bishop goes to e6, there's knight g6. That's the point. So where does the bishop go? Yeah. So what about bishop d3? To trade the bishops, put a pawn on d3 and then play the other one to e4. This looks like an idea. Let's go to board number 5, where Grandmaster Michael Rode is playing Jasmine Su. We've had our share of battles of generations in this tournament, and this is another one. The veteran Michael Rode, who's 65 years old, against Jasmine Su. Jasmine is 14. Jasmine loves her Grunfeld, and she's got a second opportunity to play it. C takes d5, knight takes d5, and queen a4 check. This move might look weird, but the idea is to swing the queen to h4. Knight takes c3, d takes c3, and now this bishop is free to be developed to f4, g5, or h6. e5, bishop to g5, and bishop to e7. Boris Zavruch's books for the white repertoire is awesome. I've studied them quite a bit as well, especially because I love to play Catalan and fianchetto based openings as white in general. So black's idea here is that if white castles queenside, he's gonna force a queen trade with bishop takes g5 check and h6, because that forces the knight to go back to f3. And in this position right here, there's no way black is any worse. So if white wants something out of the opening, it cannot be queenside castling here. Moving on to board number 6, where Andrew Cowell, I was looking at his tournament profile before this round, and I was pretty delighted to see that he's winning a lot of rating points. He's winning a lot of rating points. Let me confirm exactly how many. Andrew Cowell is 44 years old. His FIDE rating is 1838, but he's winning 27 rating points in this tournament. He's had only one loss. That's to Leon Putnam. But no, he has two losses to Aditya Das and Leon Putnam. But he has had two wins as well against the higher rated players. And a draw with Mark Dodona, who's also higher rated than him. So this 50% score, where he played against higher rated opposition in every single game, is giving him a 27-point rating gain in this tournament. So even if he loses today, Andrew Cowell will have done very well for himself in this tournament. If he does snatch at least half a point from Jacobson, then this is going to be amazing for him. And he's 44 years old. Aaron Jacobson plays the English defense yet again, and his opponent plays G3. Wow. I've never seen G3 against that. So it's like White is saying, hey, I like to play the Catalan. I like to fianchetto my bishop here. And you're not going to stop me just because you're playing B6. I'm playing B6 anyway. It doesn't make a lot of sense probably for Black to play bishop takes F3. Then White will play bishop D2, F4, and attack this diagonal. Instead, we've had bishop b4 check, knight c3, knight f6, and bishop g2. Kingside castling for both. And Aaron decides to take on c3, creating double pawns on the opponent's queen side. d6. And then Cowell, who was blitzing out his first 8 moves, after a 5-minute think, he decides to push c5. Yeah, yeah, definitely chess lover. Definitely a transposition to a Queen's Indian. And Gramuski is our new subscriber. Thank you for following the Martial Chess Club channel, Gramuski. That sounds Russian. Is that Russian? Gramuski. I went to the dentist office, and the dental hygienist, she was Russian, right, in my hometown in Brazil. She's Russian. And I told her, I don't really speak Russian, but I've gotten so used in my job as a chess player to listen to Russian chess players pronouncing Russian chess names that I think I pronounce Russian names pretty good in Russian. I don't speak Russian other than спасибо, thank you, or приятно познакомиться, nice to meet you, привет, hi. Я не говорю по-русски. I don't speak Russian. But I think I can pronounce a mean Russian name. So I told her, please let me know if this sounds good. Garry Kimovich Kasparov, Anatoly Evgenievich Karpov, Mikhail Moiseyevich Botvinnik. And then she was like, oh, that's like normal. And I really laughed at that. She's like, oh, that's like normal. And it's like that was I was like, oh, okay, that's quite the compliment. She was saying, well, that's like people back home, that's how they pronounce it. So you would think I speak some Russian. I don't. I speak no Russian. I can pronounce a very normal Russian chess name. B takes c5, D takes c5, and D takes c5. Okay. So what is going on here? Aaron Jacobson has accepted the pawn sacrifice. His bishop is a bit awkward on the open file. And this pawn, of course, has to be weak and will be targeted by this bishop. And bishop a3 has indeed been played. He's playing knight bd7. Well, I kind of like what Aaron is doing here. Like Naroditsky. Yeah, I saw some videos of Naroditsky, especially his Garry Kasparov impersonation. I was like, whoa, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I love accents myself, languages and accents. And for example, if two Russian players analyzing this position, knight pd7, black probably okay. I see no problem. Extra pawn, doubled, but what are going to do? I'm playing black. Yeah, Naroditsky is a very, very multi-talented individual. Absolutely. No, but I can't, English is not even my first language. I spoke no English when I was 14 years old. I picked English up between ages 15 and 23, I would say. That's when I studied lots and lots of English language. So I can't possibly be anywhere as good as Naroditsky. But I do like to pay attention to accents. I was watching... What was the movie I was watching the other day? It's like they are at the police precinct and one guy looks at the other and says, "Who are you?" I said, "Well, I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy." And I was like, and then a student of mine from the US explained to me that's sort of a Bostonian accent. That's how the people from Boston pronounce words. I'm the guy who does his job. Chess lover asking about Alex Pereira. Yeah, he's amazing. I watch every single one of his fights. Whenever Alex Pereira is fighting, Shama, I'm watching. Really, really tough guy. So Chess Lover is talking about Alex Pereira, who is the current UFC light heavyweight champion of the world, former UFC middleweight champion of the world, Brazilian fighter who is at the twilight of his career in his late 30s. And this is a guy who is trying to pick a fight with John Jones to end his career with a bang, with what could be the greatest fight of all time in MMA. In Brazil, there's lots of jiu-jitsu, lots of martial arts. We've had great champions in martial arts like Anderson Silva and Jose Aldo, and Brazilians really like to watch MMA. Let's go to Brian and Ming Lin playing white, the 13. We're talking about battles of generations. Brian Lin, 13 years old, against Jay Bonin, 70 years old. We have an open Sicilian, and the veteran Jay Bonin goes for the Kalashnikov variation with e5. Pawn to d6, knight to c3, a6. a6 has to be played here, otherwise white will play knight d5 and knight c7 check. So observe that black waits for white to play knight c3, so he plays a6 because he wants this knight to occupy a worse square. So after knight a3, the main move for black, according to theory, is b5, which takes away the c4 square and threatens b4. After that, white plays knight d5, and black decides if he is going to play the C knight to E7 or the G knight to E7. But Jay Bonin has decided not to stop b5 from happening. He plays the bishop to e6. It's the second time this move is played in this tournament in our broadcast. And I mentioned earlier that this move is not a mistake, but I'm very, very slightly against it conceptually because it allows the white knight to get rerouted to the center like that with knight c4. And I prefer b5. I prefer b5. Yes, c3, knight c2, knight e3. Those ideas. Rook to c8, bishop to e3. Brian wants to attack the b6 square. And Jay has replied with knight e4. With the idea of bishop takes c4. I really want to take a look at the opening book on this one. I don't know about this stuff. I have never seen this be played in the way that Jay Bonin is playing. Oh, okay. So according to book, b5 is the main move, and that's by far and wide. Then the knight comes to e3, and black plays knight f6. Rook c8 is pretty offbeat, and probably the problem with this move is that since the knight has not been forced to occupy the e3 square, then the dark squared bishop can go there, and then there is a b6 problem for black. Okay, so that d4, bishop takes d4, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4. Now taking on d4 has to be just bad because black loses a pawn and there's no compensation at all. So rook takes c4 is the only move, and the bishop retreats. This does not look very good for Jay Bonin. Bishop to e7. Queen to d3, rook to c6. Very successful opening for Brian Lynn. Exactly, queen d3 gaining a tempo. The rook goes to c6. Why pawn a4 here? I really disagree with this move. Took Brian Lynn 4 minutes to play it. I don't like it. Because why try to stop b5 if white can castle queenside and focus on the center of the board, which this is where I feel this. What I'm thinking is this: castle queenside, just wait for knight f6 and then play bishop to g5 with the idea of trading bishop for knight, placing the knight on d5. So this is a strategically lost position for black. So I'm thinking maybe bishop g5. Oh, yes. That's possible. That's possible, chess lover. Isn't that weird, chess lover? The auto mod is getting you, and it seems to be the problem seems to be NG4. So apparently that alludes to race, ethnicity, or religion. NG4. How does that allude to race, ethnicity, or religion? Conceivably, can everybody give me a hand? Can anybody shed some light on this? How does well? Bishop to G5, Knight D5. I'm thinking about something like this, where white should have the advantage. Oh, of course, yeah. It's the end. Okay. Everything on the internet so sensitive. Of course. Yeah. Took me a while to pick up on that. That should have been obvious. Thank you, Luis Oliveira. So A4 to me seems to be a case of like the wrong plan, like playing on the wrong side of the board. It even makes kings. Well, if Brian is playing A4, he wants to castle kingside. Clearly, he's not gonna play A4 and queenside castling, right? Bishop G5, Knight D5. Bishop takes E3, Knight takes E3. Kingside castling and pawn to A5. Queen to C8 and pawn to C3. Okay, so this feels a lot more playable for Jay now. Since Brian decided not to play in the center of the board and went for the queen side instead, this now feels more like a position which black might be able to defend. The interview with Jay, I don't know if all of you guys were here during the interview with Jay. It was one of those where I'm like, hey, production, do I have to end this interview? Please don't end it. Please don't end it. Please let me just hear Jay. Like just give me 40 more minutes of Jay, please. And then we look at the rest. What a charming human being. Jay Bonin played like 2,500 chess games in 1 year. You were a teenager. Jay Bonin played what, like over the board tournament chess? Wow. Okay, so that's about 208 games a month. So that's about 52 over the board games a week. Oh yes, I will. If we get an interview with Jay Bonin today, I'm going to ask him about that. So I imagine rapid and blitz over the board, they count for that record. Board number 8, Nathaniel Moore playing white against Pranav Shankar. And we have the Rogozin variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. Bishop G5, kingside castling, and E3. H6, and bishop takes F6. Queen takes and rook to c1. c5. C takes d5, e takes d5, and d takes c5. Okay. I don't know if c5 is good. Looks so risky. Looks so risky. Because once Nathaniel plays rook c1, he indicates that he's already protected c3 very well, so that c5 doesn't work. To me, rook c1 is white saying don't play c5 because c5 doesn't work. And certainly black has other ways to manage the position. Because after c5, c takes d5, now this is a very weak isolated pawn. Black could even take on c4. If he really wants to play c5, take on c4 first and then play c5. Then black should be fine. This is not a good move, guys. C takes d5 and d takes c5. Now, if bishop takes c5, black simply lost the pawn for no compensation. Pranav played the bishop to e6. And then queen to d4. Very good move. Very good move. Yeah, but a3 also seems to work. That also seems to work. White keeps a pawn. If bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, white's up a pawn. Bishop takes c5, there's knight takes d5. Attacking the queen and the bishop. Bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. Black does not have time to play queen takes b2 because this bishop is hanging. That loses a pawn as well. So white seems to have at least two good ways here. Queen d4 is one of them. Knight c6, queen takes f6. Yeah, this was not a good opening for Pranav. Now a3 is played, very accurate of Nathaniel. Black is in a lot of trouble because if bishop takes c5, there's knight takes d5. He's in a lot of trouble. So he plays the bishop to a5, so at least he keeps the bishop pair. It's his only advantage. But yeah, knight e5, pawn to b4. And this was a complete disaster. Pranav Shankar is just lost. He's just lost. Let's go to board number 9. Leif Pressman is playing Chase Knowles. It's the first time in this tournament that Chase Knowles is able to play at one of the top 10 boards. So let's take a look at his profile. Born in 1994, Chase Knowles then is 30 years old, and he's winning 10 rating points. He's had only one loss in the tournament. That was to John Hughes in the first round. He took 2 buys. And he had 2 wins in a row against the 1900 level opposition in Ethan Kosower and Mark Dodona. And if he gets a draw in this game with Leif Pressman, a draw or better, this will be a very successful tournament rating-wise for Chase Knowles. And he plays the French defense, a man after my own heart. So it's me, Chase Knowles, and Ding Liren with the French. Ding Liren. You guys saw what happened with Ding Liren. Such a fantastic win on game number 12 to do what he did on game number 14. We have the classical variation of the French. Against Bishop E7, the best move for White is considered to be Bishop takes F6, followed by Knight F3. So White gives up the Bishop pair, but White has very good centralized knights. Knight takes F6 is considered to be equal. I personally like to play this as black. I think black equalizes very comfortably. But Leif Pressman is really just trying to go for the endgame. Maybe he doesn't think Chase is a very good endgame player. Maybe there's a metagame thing between the two of them. Maybe he knows Chase, and he very willingly wants to play an endgame. He's trading everything. It's very uncommon to see someone rated over 200 rating points higher, right? Go for trades like that. Our RL is following us. Thank you. Thank you, our. B6, A4. Bishop B7, Bishop E2. Rook to D8, pawn to A5. Then Bishop A6 has been played. It's just very slightly weird. Why move that bishop a second time? Chase is acting as if A6 is a threat here, but it's not. He can just develop the knight to D7 normally. If A6 moved the bishop here, black is just fine for sure. Bishop A6. We had a couple of trades, and A takes B6. Black has to take with the A pawn, of course. Then we have king to E2. Well. This is not so simple for black now, because this knight is not going anywhere. And white can double the rooks here. And white can invade the light squares with the king on the queen side. And white can invade the C6 square with the knight later on. Leif Pressman played the opening in a way that was very equalizing, but now he seems to have the advantage in the endgame. Then we go to board number 10, the only one we have not covered yet, where both of the competitors have not played at the top 10 boards earlier in this tournament. So let's have a quick talk about them. Brian Weiss is 21 years old, rated 2070 FIDE. His opponent in this game is Mahir Patel, 14 years old, representing New Jersey. Patel is winning 6 rating points so far in this tournament. He's only had one loss so far. That was to Caleb Klenoff. He took buys in the first 2 rounds, and he had 1 win, 1 loss, and 2 draws. In the first previous games, in his last round, he had a draw against international master Eshan Hebar. Kinetic Pawn letting us know that Chase Knowles won the Marshall's Amateur Championship last year. Chase Knowles is the 2023 Marshall Chess Club Amateur Champion. Thank you for that info, Kinetic Pawn. G3, D5, Knight F3, G6. Bishop G2, Bishop G7. Pawn to D4. Knight F6, kingside castling, and pawn to A4. A5, Knight C3. C6 and B3. This seems to be very, very equal. Knight E4. And there should be many different ways to play this. For black, one way that makes sense to me is develop the queen side a bit more quickly like this and try to go for E5. But he's decided to play Knight E4. Doesn't look like a bad move. And white took. White took there. Certainly not necessary to take it. White can just go ahead and play bishop to B2, and that's fine. But he did take and play Knight E5. Then pawn to F6. The knight can only go to C4. And then pawn to F5. Threatens the pawn again. And C3 defends it. I don't like C3 very much. It looks like he wants to develop the bishop here or here. Because he could just play bishop to B2, develop the pieces, and the bishop helps support the knight returning to E5 later. So I prefer this move. C3, bishop E6, F3. E takes F3, bishop takes F3. And bishop to D5. Okay, that seems pretty equal. Mahir Patel rated 2023, Brian Wise 2070. Okay, we've looked at every single game at least a little bit at this point. Let's go back to board number 1. We had stopped on move 10 when Bortnick played A4 against Putnam. And Putnam plays the queen to D7. So he wants to unblock the pawn, so he might be able to develop the dark squared bishop through here. A5, knight D5, and A6. So yeah, that's how this variation is played. Might look weird, yeah, but it's A4, A5, A6. Then after B6, he plays the knight to A3. This knight. Now, if it goes to B5, black cannot play A6. So that's a pretty sophisticated idea by Bortnick. Chess lover mentioning that Magnus played this as white a few times, but what does Magnus know? What does Magnus know? Somebody show Magnus. Hey, there's an international master doing a stream, and somebody mentioned a line that he used to play, and his answer was, yeah, but what does Magnus know? And let's just look at his facial expression and his reaction. He's so candid, right? Be fun. D4. Bortnick really doing his best to get an initiative here. C takes D4, knight takes D4. Bishop G7, knight takes C6, queen takes C6, and queen to F3. So black's queen is hanging, but C4 is not working. Actually, C4 is quite a mistake positionally. Knight B4 protects the queen, and only black can be better here. This is a great bishop, and this knight has fantastic prospects. This is no bueno. So bishop G5 was played instead. H6, rook F D1. E6 and bishop E3. Queen to A4 attacks that pawn. Yeah. Looks nice. Then queen E2. Knight takes E3. And now we have to take with the pawn there. Wow, queen A4 was very sharp of Liam. Bortnick has to take with the pawn, and this is bad news for him. This is not good news for Bortnick. We need to try to ascertain. See what happens when you watch lots of cop movies? You're with these policeman jargons, and then you're just analyzing a chess game, and then you go, yeah, we need to try to ascertain whether the perp has an advantage or not. Looks good for black. Looks pretty good for black. The only thing that black needs to decide is since this knight will always be putting pressure against A7, Liam doesn't want to have a rook of his enslaved to the protection of the A7 pawn. But you really gotta love this move by Liam, huh? Took him only 2 minutes to play it. So sharp. You know what I'm wondering? That maybe a slightly more accurate idea for Bortnick instead of queen f3. Well, we know about the problem with the a6 pawn now, and it's easy to be an armchair quarterback with 20/20 hindsight the morning after the game. But how about play the queen to e2 then, keep that pawn protected, but not just the pawn, the b5 square too. This is a very good square to keep the knight on permanently. Kinetic pawn asking, does black trade a pair of rooks to better target the a pawn? So, pretty good question. I don't think that black can target this pawn because the queen is defending it, and it's not really feasible for black to produce a second attacker. What I'm really thinking is that it could be very worthwhile for black to try to put this bishop on b8. So play this and then this and then this, because then the bishop protects a7 and attacks this diagonal. b8 seems to be a good square for the bishop, but you don't want to play the bishop to b8 with this rook on a8. So a good plan for Liam here could be something along those lines, but he needs to figure out the tempi to ensure that he doesn't drop a pawn there. Let's go to board number 2. Another Sicilian Alapin, and I had mentioned I had never seen the bishop g4 move that Aditya played. And since it took Komrakulov 11 minutes to respond, probably neither did he. But bishop e2 seems to be a good decision. e6, h3 just developed quickly. Bishop h5, kingside castling. Bishop e7 and knight bd2. C takes d4, knight takes d4. Kingside castling, rook fd1. Rook fd8. So in both of the games, in both of the Alapin games at the top 2 boards, Black is playing the Alapin really well. And we should note that there's a huge clock disparity because Komrakulov is down almost an hour on the clock. Kasparov Deep Blue game, maybe from Philadelphia 1996. Because Kasparov played Deep Blue twice. Mikola Bortnik has a 40-minute advantage against Putnam, and Komrakulov has almost 1 full hour down on the clock. Andrew Tang is having a rare game where he is the one ahead on the clock against Kevin George. Rook e8, bishop f4. It took Andrew Tang a long time to reply, but he has played pawn to c6, and Kevin George still has not replied. Okay, I've just gotten word from the Awesome Tech team that the clocks might not be 100% accurate in this round. There's an issue with the DGTs that's being sorted out. Let's go back to board 4. Colas played knight h4 against John Hughes, and John Hughes still has not replied. So Chess Lover's question is, once the bishop is under attack and then it retreats to e2, what does black do? Well, black has to give back the piece, right? Black has to think about the best way to do it. What about knight takes e5, then bishop takes c3, and then knight d5? So like this. Knight d5 now is no good because of knight takes d5, but then this first, and then knight d5. And guys, c6, it's so smart of Andrews because like this diagonal could be utilized by the queen. Andrews seems to have a very good position. Personally, I don't see a way for white to equalize. Maybe Kevin George took a little too long to recapture on f6. I don't know if we've gotten to the point where he's in trouble, if we're there yet. But he doesn't seem to have a great position as white. Moving on to board number 5. It was Michael Rhodes' decision against bishop e7, and he has chosen bishop c4 as his response. Because that same idea of bishop takes g5 followed by h6 will no longer work. If bishop takes g5, knight takes g5, there's a double attack here. And kingside castling runs into a checkmate in 1. So bishop c4 looks pretty good. Bishop c4 might be the only way to turn bishop takes g5 into a bad move. That's board 5. And this is board 6. Where Jacobson played knight bd7, and we still don't have Andrew Cowell's response. It looks like all the boards have stopped broadcasting. There is an issue. Lichess user Millennium Bug wrote, someone has tripped over the DGT cable. And as a result, all boards have stopped broadcasting. That's crazy. That's crazy, normal and super. Might that work? That's crazy. If that works, that's insane. So normal and super is asking if after bishop takes g5, black can still play h6 because the queen is hanging on h4 anyway. And then bishop takes f7 check and king to f8. Well, the h pawn cannot, if h takes g5, there's queen takes there. If I play knight e6, bishop takes e6, queen takes check, that's bad for white because knight takes protects the bishop and black is up a piece. So knight e6 check loses. Exactly our RL. Knight e6 fails. So maybe we go ahead and castle queenside. Because if h takes g5, queen takes here, queen h7 check, this should be over. This should be over. So black might have to take with the queen, but then we trade the queens and capture on d7 while protecting the bishop. And after rook h7, we can still play the bishop to e6. Black played c5, not c6 in that position, and won. So we don't have new moves being broadcast. Looks like in every board, we're still at the same old position. Looks like that's the case with everyone. Where's Superman when you need him? Superman were here, he would be able to use his vision to just look at the boards from this video feed, and then he will be able to tell you, no, the last 7 moves that were played were this, and that. And mind you, the top boards are back there, right? Looks like we don't have new moves in any of these. I'm going to take this as my cue for a short break, guys. A well-fed streamer is a happier streamer. Having a quick little snack here, and I'll be back in a very short moment here for the continuation of the final round. All right, we're back. And we have a whole bunch of new moves here. We're going to have to go through this a bit quickly. So let's start with Nathaniel Moore versus Pranav Shankar. Lots of new moves. F5. F5, Rook FD1, Rook FD8, and F4. Everything is wrong with the black position. Wow. There's a really bad bishop on E6. There's lots of weak pawns, doubled, isolated. And he's down a pawn too. Knight C6, Knight CB5. Bishop to B8 and knight takes C6. This knight goes back to D4. King to G7, bishop to D3, king to F6. Okay, Nathaniel Moore now wants to swing the rook over here. Bishop D7, rook F3. Whole bunch of new moves. Okay, G4 is now winning, but what are you going to do if you're Pranav? Because if you protect the H6 pawn like this, on the positive side, he's up on time. Yeah. There's no way to protect this pawn here, so he played the king to G6 to protect H6 and take H5 away, but now there's G4. Rook to G8, bishop takes F5 check, and knight takes F5. So he's threatening a triple fork, and he's threatening a checkmate in one. So king F6, rook takes check, and rook G6. Takes on G6 and plays the knight to D4. Attacking C6, bishop to B8, and pawn to H4. This is pretty over. A5, king F2. Bishop C7, bishop A7, king F3. H5. A takes B4, A takes B4, rook takes B4, H takes G6. Now this threatens to win the bishop. Rook to B8, rook H7 check. This might have been over. I imagine that black resigned here. We have a couple of new followers in. Is that Beetle or Beatty? I think I'm getting old. You know when you're getting old, when you go, what's that? Beetle. And then Welshman as well. Okay, Brian Lynn's game has ended. Let's take a look at his game here. We might have a chance to talk to Brian Lynn. So, getting some word on Brian Lynn's game here. We had stopped on move 13, on move 19. C3. Jay Bonin had played f5. E takes f5. Knight takes f5. Knight e5. Queen to e6. b4 and e4. Queen d2. Rook to c6. 297. Knight takes e7 check. Queen takes e7. Pawn to f3. Okay. So he won a pawn now. He drops c3, but the d6 pawn cannot be kept. Checks on e8. Trades the rooks and plays rook takes d6. Rook to c7. Okay, white is up a pawn, and white has a positional advantage as well. f4, king to a8. Beautiful, Fred. Greetings from Queens, New York. Greetings from Goiânia, Brazil. All right, it looks like we'll be able to have our first interview today, talking with the winner of the game we were just seeing. Brian Lynn has defeated international master Jay Bonin. And we're going to have a word with Brian himself. Hello, Brian.
Hi.
This is the last position we have on the stream, Brian. How did this end after Jay played the king to a8?
So I went f5.
F5.
Then he went king b8.
King to b8.
And then f6.
And then f6. Oh, so you probably wanted to infiltrate with the king there.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
He took with the pawn. King f5.
King f5.
Rook c7.
Rook to e7 right here?
G7.
Oh, g7. Okay.
And then rook takes f6.
Rook takes f6, yes. Wow, this looks impossible to defend for black. After rook takes f6, did he continue playing?
Yeah, he went rook g5.
Rook g5.
King f4.
King f4.
Rook b5. Rook b6.
Rook b6. Nice.
Rook d5. And then I took on h6.
Okay.
Rook d4. King f5. Took on b4. Rook b6.
Rook b6.
Rook a4. And then I went h6.
h6.
And then he resigned.
And then he resigned. Yeah. Once he takes this pawn, your king goes to g6. There's nothing that he can do there. So he played the opening in a way that's not very common in the Kalashnikov. Brian, let's take a look at the game from the start here. I like to play this knight c3 line that you played with the white pieces myself, but I have very little experience with bishop e6 instead of the main line of b5. Can you tell us up until which point this was booked for you, and when you had to start making your own moves?
I think I was still in book after knight c4.
Knight c4. And then I was looking in the opening book here, and the main move for black is b5 to force you to play the knight to e3 and not the bishop. And according to opening theory, your bishop e3 move is simply perfect, and it's like almost a refutation of rook c8 because he has problems on b6. Was this still booked for you, or did you find this idea over the board?
Yeah. After rook c8, I was out of book, so I found that.
Very nice, Brian. And then we had knight to d4, bishop takes d4, bishop takes c4, takes, and bishop to e3, and then you have a nice lead in development. And when you had this position here, Brian, it's possible for white to have a strategy of castling queenside or kingside. Did you consider both, or this positional idea you felt like was more your style? Because queenside castling is a possibility as well.
Yeah, I considered queenside castling, but maybe it could be a little risky after maybe like he develops and goes b5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. This certainly would have been a possibility for him here. Yeah, but you do seem to have different ways to get an advantage, and it felt like a really smooth, well played technical win, Brian. Was there any moment in the game where you felt like he had something to get more counterplay or better drawing chances? Anything that worried you that he didn't play?
No, I don't really think so.
When he played the queen to c8, you played c3. Just quickly going over the game again, it's really hard to pinpoint a moment when black has a shot here because you dominate the light squares, the d5 square. It's so hard to try to find one single moment where he had a real chance here. Then after 97, you're basically able to win a pawn after you play the pawn to f3 here. Queen f6, rook takes c3, queen d5 check. So here he blocked the check with queen f7. If he had played the king to h8, what do you think he would have played?
I was gonna just take on d6.
Okay.
And
yeah. Take on d6, queen takes, yeah, rook takes, and then you're up a pawn, and you even seem to have the positional advantage because you can invade the 7th rank with your rooks. Yeah, this looks very convincing. Then he took with the rook. We had a check. You seem to have a positional advantage as well, a pretty big one, other than the material advantage. Brian, if you wouldn't mind, like since I have been following you, and this is our last interview with you in this tournament, and I have been following you for the last couple of tournaments, and I have been kind of like singing your praises during the broadcast because I love to watch you play. Can you let us know, because you're 13 years old now, correct? Is that your age?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and your FIDE rating is 2359. Like, so what's your chess training like nowadays? Do you have like a set number of hours that you like to study per day, per week? What's your training like?
Well, I'm kind of busy with school sometimes, but usually I try to get at least like a few hours a day and trying to study a little bit or play some plays.
Nice. And is your training mostly focused on openings right now, or have you been studying endgames, calculation as well?
I've been recently just trying to expand my repertoire a bit.
Oh, I see. Nice. And what would you say your long-term goals are? How far would you really like to get with your training, with your tournament practice?
Maybe just try to just get as far as I can, like with Grandmaster and
nice.
farther.
Well, I mean, being as strong as you are, because I mean, my FIDE rating is 2401, but I learned to play chess at the age of 15. When I look at someone like you who's as strong as you are at the age of 13, with your talent, Brian, there's you're definitely going to get there if you keep up the good work, and I for one will definitely be rooting for you. I love to watch your games. Your level of creativity, resourcefulness, your willingness to play for a win with both colors, and I'll be following your career closely and rooting for you. Best of luck to you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's take a look at more games because we're gonna look at lots of games here, and we're gonna have to look at the games like with a little bit more quickly because we had a problem with the DG2 boards there, and we might not really get a chance to look over the critical positions of all the 10 games that we're covering as quickly, as deeply as we would have liked. Fungi John is following us as well. Awesome to have you here. And Petrosian 12333 mentioned Edward Lasker died 43 years ago. He wrote several books on chess, but he also wrote a book on checkers. I did not know that. He was related to Emmanuel Lasker. I thought they were not related. And Rubinstein didn't learn to play chess until he was 16, and by the age of 31, he was the strongest player in the world. He was extremely strong. Petrosian, do you have an opinion on who would have won the Emmanuel Lasker versus Akiba Rubinstein World Championship match before World War I started in 1914? Let's take a look at the plane. I want to take another look at Nathaniel Moore's game. Okay, so that is official. After Rook H7 check, this was a win. This is when Pranav Shankar resigned. Let's take a look at board number 1 again. F takes C3, Rook AD8. And Bortnik did not want to trade the rooks. It would be a big mistake here after Rook D8 to play Knight B5 because then he takes on D1 and we can't take with the queen because we would drop the knight, and taking with the rook drops the A6 pawn. So he plays the rook to F1 to keep the rooks connected so he can play Knight B5. Bishop E5, Queen to C4, Queen to D7, and Knight to B5. Rook to C8 and Queen to E2. Rook to C5. Really interesting move by Liam Putnam, forcing Mikola Bortnik to decide whether he wants to play with C4 or not. C4 protects the knight, but it makes Black's dark squared bishop better. Sebaz mentioning there are some Akiba games in modern chess preparation by Tukmakov. Between 1910 and 1913, Rubinstein would have won. Nice. I've always wondered that myself, and I believe Akiba Rubinstein was slightly stronger than Lasker between 1910 and 1913, but somehow, because of Lasker's amazing fighting spirit, he was a better competitor, I felt, than Rubinstein, in a sense that Lasker, I didn't feel he was quite the genius that Rubinstein was, but he was so good at figuring his opponents out that for some reason, I believe Lasker would have won that match against Rubinstein, even though he was probably slightly less strong than Rubinstein back then. But that's just my personal opinion. I might be wrong, of course. Knight F3, Bishop to C7. Liam Putnam is playing a mean game here, and he probably has a slight edge because White has two potentially weak pawns. Black's pawn structure is better, and the dark squared bishop in an open position tends to be slightly stronger than the knight as well. E5, rook takes and queen takes, E4 and queen to C6. It was very important for him to play E4 here. King H1 and B5. The A6 pawn is under attack. Queen to E3. Threatening to take on F1. And this is the position we have right now. After queen e3, it would have been pretty risky to take on a6 and allow queen takes h6 followed by knight g5. So this is what we have in Bortnick versus Putnam. Let's go to board number 2. We have to look at a bunch of moves quickly, guys. I love dissecting all of the ideas in depth, but because of the issue we had with the DGT boards, it's certainly best to fast forward this a little bit. Otherwise, we cannot get to all the games. C4, knight f6, and a6. Both Kamrakulov and Bortnick utilizing the same pawn structure. Knight d7, queen to e4, rook a c8, and knight takes d7. Rook takes d7 and bishop e5. Oh, Kamrakulov. Kamrakulov is a mean chess player, isn't he? What a dude. Take a look at what he's doing. Now, how does black stop that a-pawn? They bought the same Chessable course. That's amazing. I have been promising myself to learn how to use Chessable. I still haven't. And I have so many like opening courses that I can create for Chessable, and I still don't have a course there. Oh, don't even get me started on the classics, Sabaz. Listen, I personally have this opinion, okay? This is just me, okay? It doesn't really matter the timeline and which player you choose to study first. I personally have always believed in, wow, I really want to understand who Tigran Petrosian was, and then I'll take some time and just study Petrosian. And then after Petrosian, I'm like, what about Spassky? Spassky played Petrosian twice in 1966 and 1969. Different style. Petrosian is more positional. Spassky was more of an universal player. And then I would study Spassky's career and rise to the top. And I would have always let my passion and my drive guide me in what to study first. And it has served really well for me personally. Yes, Petrosian mentioned, yeah. I got the international master title in 6 years, Petrosian. I learned to play chess when I was 15. And I got the international master title at the age of 21. Zevlor is following us. Thank you, Zevlor. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at the Tang man. We saw him playing c6, and then bishop to e2, knight takes c5, and bishop takes c3. Wow, the exact line we were talking about. Fantastic position for Andrew Tang here. Queen to a5, bishop to c4, knight takes f4. and queen takes f4. So queen takes e5 appears to lose the game to rook e1. Oh, but this is gorgeous. He checks first. He checks first, then he can do it. Is that it? Queen c5 first is so smart. So smart, guys. Andrew Tang is so good. If he takes here first, then rook e1, queen takes, rook takes, king f2, and then I'll play f6 next. Then I will either attack f7, or if g6, queen h6, I attack g7 and I win. So he checks first, and then he takes on e5, because after rook e1, he takes, and king f2 is not possible. White has to bring the bishop back from an offensive position to a defensive position, and black can probably play b6 and bishop a6 and be better. But Sebas, this is my own personal philosophy, okay? I probably, if you were to ask like someone who was trained in the Soviet chess school style, he will have a more maybe more of a well-informed decision in a sense of like, hey, here's how the great champions used to study. This is the timeline. You start here and then you end there. Boom. It's just that since I never had the privilege of having a coach and all of that, I just got used to focusing on whatever my passion was at the moment, and I always had something to be passionate about in chess, and so that's how I guided my own journey. There is a huge positive aspect there, which is time flies when you study something that you are really enjoying and finding it pleasurable to study. And there's this this theory. Now this is not chess, this is psychology about, they have been doing studies, right? The scientists on how well you learn when you're learning with pleasure and with joy rather than when you're studying something by obligation. And we have more and more researchers confirming that when you study something with pleasure, you absorb and apprehend more of that information. And so there's a method to the madness there, surely, that whatever you choose to focus your chess attention on, if it's something you're passionate about, you're going to absorb and heed more and more of that material simply by the sheer fact that you are truly, truly enjoying it. Let's go to board number 4. We had stopped at knight h4, and John Hughes decided to take on b1. Wow, I really don't like that move, you know? I really don't like this move, because once he has committed to positioning his pawns on dark squares like this, all of these light squares are super weak, and he needs the light squared bishop to protect them. It's very strange strategically that black positions his pawns on dark squares and then gives up the light squared bishop. He's going to have huge problems on the light squares here because white still has his own light squared bishop. I agree, Sebas. Because once you get to a point where you have studied so much chess that now it's time to focus on small holes and weaknesses that you have, that's okay. But right in the beginning, I believe that the majority of chess amateurs, they overthink nowadays what is the best path towards improvement. And as a chess coach, I really try to do my best to how am I going to put this nicely? To communicate to the student that, hey, if you're rated 1400, 1500, you're basically still bad at everything. And whatever you focus on with joy and pleasure, you're going to get better in that area. And it's going to serve you tremendously well. And of course, by bad at everything, I mean at the professional competitive level, right? Because a 1400 level chess player is already, compared to beginners, is already a very, very strong chess player. I mean, in relation to competitive tournament play. Bishop takes b1, rook takes b1. E takes d4, e takes d4. King to f7, bishop e2. Queen a5, kingside castling, g6, and b3. b3 looks very strong. The rook attacks b7, the pawn and the bishop attack b4. C takes b3, a takes b3. This is a solid advantage for white. It really was a wrong decision of John Hughes to give up that light squared bishop. But he has been able to keep his position somewhat solid. Still, the question is, why didn't... Maybe we got a chance to talk to Josh. He has been amazing at making himself available for the interviews. Quite the decision here on whether to take with the pawn, favoring the center, or with the rook to try to go after the pawn. Taken with the rook, rook to b8, rook to b5, attacking the queen and this pawn. Queen takes a2 and bishop f3. This looks pretty good for white. Grandmaster Michael Rode. As white against Jasmine, we had stopped at bishop c4, and then we've had h6. h6 looks very strong and completely forces bishop takes e7. There's nothing else. Queen takes, queenside castling. The queens get traded and black plays a rook to d8. That seems like a very solid opening for Jasmine. G takes f4 and g5. Knight to g2 and bishop to e6. Bishop to d5 and bishop h3. Jasmine actually apparently playing for a win here. h5. This is not easy for white. If black plays king f6 and king e5, this is going to be a tough endgame to defend. Jasmine is playing for a win here. Let's take a look at Aaron Jacobson in his battle against Andrew Cowell. Queen a4, rook to e8, rook fd1, queen to c8. Knight e4, knight takes c4, bishop takes c4. Knight to b6, queen to c2. c4, bishop c5. Queen to b7, bishop takes d5. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, none of this happened. The move which was probably played by Aaron was rook takes c2 because there appears to be no reason not to take that pawn. Petrosian played Rhodes in Blitz online many years ago. Board number 9. We had stopped at king to e2. Then f6 was played to prevent white from improving his knight. Then rook to a3. c6 looks like a smart idea. So the knight can go to c7 and protect the rook. 7th rank invasion. b5. And now knight to e1. And white wants this knight on c5. King to d2, rook to e8, b3, rook e7, check, and rook c8. So we're going to have a knight endgame, but one where black loses that pawn instantly. Rook c7 appears to have been a really big mistake by Chase, although I don't know what else there. I really don't know what else. Maybe instead of rook c7, he can try rook a7 to get some counterplay on the 7th rank like this. Seems to be a more active way to defend. Activity is key in these endgames, and a knight endgame where we're up a pawn tends to be pretty winning. Knight endgames are a really good type of endgame to play when you're up just one pawn. The likelihood of a win with a one pawn advantage in a knight endgame tends to be way higher than it is in a rook endgame. h4. Chase is probably lost here. Pressman just needs to find the right way. Better king, extra pawn, very weak pawn on b5. He's taken away the g4 and e4 squares from the opponent's king, so he can activate his king without allowing black to infiltrate the king side. Black has worse pieces too. Exactly, Petrosian. Let's take a look at board number 10. Brian Weiss versus Mahir Patel. This looked pretty equal out of the opening. Let's keep looking at everything really quickly here so we can get to everything. But black is just fine out of the opening here, that's for sure. I really don't like the idea of bishop takes f3 though. That's not necessary. Allows white to open up the e file And then that queen is, there's absolutely no need to play bishop takes f3 here. Can play knight f6 and keep the grip on the light squares, and black is at least equal, maybe slightly better. e5, knight c4, queen f7, knight takes a5 and knight c5. Whoa, bishop takes, rook takes. Cool. Brian Weiss wishes to retain the knight. We have a queen trade in knight d6, bishop c3 and rook d1. This is what we have so far. Since all of these pawns are weak, white is definitely the one playing for the win in this one. Let's go back to the Penguin GM's game. Oh, so all of that happened. Rook a e1, he took, check, bishop f1 and b6, exactly like I had suggested here. Okay. Board number 1, Putnam versus Mikola. I've just gotten word that this game has just ended, and it ended in a draw. Queen to c4, rook looks like a fair result. This seemed to be fantastic opening prep by Liam Putnam, to be honest. Fantastic. And he was able to be the one with a slight advantage against Mikola, playing black. Liam Putnam is primarily a Caro-Kann player, but he seems to be studying the Sicilian a lot now to add the Najdorf to his repertoire. Meteorological eclipse. Yeah, black can play, but I think they did play on from this diagram here. Because we have a 15-minute delay, and I'm talking in real time with our friends at the Marshall Chess Club, and I've just gotten word that this game ended in a draw. Okay, we're going to take a look at board number 11 here. We have not seen this game yet. Young Eshan Habar playing the white pieces. He won his game, and we have not been able to talk to him throughout this event, and we will be able to today. Let's take a look at how that game went. Let's look at it pretty quickly. We might get a chance to speak with him. And we have not covered board number 11, only the top 10 boards. So we're going to look at this one pretty quickly. We had the Rogozin variation of the Queen's Gambit declined with c takes d5 and bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, and kingside castling. Queen to c2, pretty standard opening. Seems to be well played by both. Bishop e6, castling, knight bd7, and then he goes for the minority attack with rook b1, a5 and a3, bishop to g4, and he doesn't mind the pawns being doubled there. b5 and knight e2, and now he's going to utilize the g file with king h1 and rook g1. All of a sudden this is looking good for white. Knight to c4 and bishop to c2, knight to h5. Then Eshan threatened the checkmate, f5, knight to g3. Knight takes g3 and bishop takes. Queen to e8, bishop to e5. Knight takes and pawn takes. Bishop h4. Queen attacks the bishop, queen h5. Rook g2 and bishop e7. Queen takes f3, pins the rook, and now queen a7 has a threat against the bishop and against g7. That's a pretty surprising move. Now bishop to d1 and bishop to h5. That's fantastic play by Eshan. Black has to give up the exchange to avoid getting mated. Queen to d7, rook takes e5, pawn to f3 now. Queen takes f3, loses on the spot then to queen f7. Okay. We'll see if we have a chance to have a word with this talented young man. That would be pretty awesome. And indeed we will. Eshan, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hello, hello. So we're going to talk about your game a little bit here. Would you mind introducing yourself a little bit? How old are you, Eshan?
I'm 13 years old.
13 years old. And how is it that you are already an international master, Eshan? How did that happen?
Oh, I won the under 18 Scholastic in first place, and it guaranteed me an IM title.
Oh, this is so. That's what the Pan American Championship, the World Championship.
Yeah, the Pan American Championship.
The Pan American Championship. Congratulations! This is fantastic. So when was that victory?
Oh, that was in like late July.
Late July. Okay. So you became an IM this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is pretty awesome. Let's take a look at your game here. Your opponent played the Rogozin variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. The opening seemed to be pretty well played by both of you. Were you kind of out of book here? Up until which point in the opening would you say this was prep for you?
I knew c takes d5 and bishop g5.
Yeah.
Bishop h4. And then castles kind of threw me off because usually people play either g5. Yeah, g5.
Oh, I see.
And then
94?
Yeah, 94, 92.
And 92, yes. This is the main line here. This is a more this is a sharper modern version. So he played a calmer, maybe older version of this variation here, and so you're able to apply the minority attack on the queen side there with rook ab1, trying to go b4 and b5. He plays a5, and you played a3. Then he played bishop g4. So this decision of playing b4, more or less, how long did it take you to make the decision that you're going to allow him to double the pawns on the king side here?
I knew like b4 was an idea, but yeah, I was a little bit weirded out by bishop g4 because even though he doubles the pawns on the king side, there isn't really a way black could take advantage of that.
That is true. A weakness is only a weakness if it can be exploited. So you played b4. So you absolutely welcomed that trade on purpose. And then when he plays b5, he's probably thinking about putting a knight on c4 here, but he never really could in the game. So you played knight e2, attacking the c6 pawn. He defended it with the rook, and now this looks like a very strong plan. King to h1, attacking the g file. Did you feel at this point that you had the advantage?
Yeah, I felt I had the advantage. Yeah, all my pieces were kind of attacking the king, and that was feeling nice.
Yeah.
And because the rook was off the a file, there wasn't really advantage he could attack my pawn.
Yeah, that is true. And so he played with the king here. You played rook g1. Yeah, and then finally he gets that plan in of getting the knight on b6 and then on c4. I'm really enjoying the idea of putting this knight on f5, but if we do that, we have to calculate exactly what we do against g5, so it's not that simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your decision was to play the queen to c3, and then get a battery going possibly on this diagonal, which you were able to make happen. So when you threaten a checkmate here, he played f5. Did you have a plan against g6?
Yeah, rook takes g6, and I think that wins the game.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so beautiful. Takes the rook, queen takes. There's yeah, of course. Knight f6 protects checkmate now, but you just take the knight and checkmate. So that means f5 is completely forced. And with your bishop under attack, you played the knight to g3. This looks pretty creative. And then he decided to take here. Maybe bishop takes h4 was an option as well, no?
That is an option, but I think that the knight is kind of an opponent defender, so without the knight, the king is kind of weak.
Yeah. And should when we take here, we have an attack against g7. This is dangerous. We might even be able to take here. Rook takes, knight takes, king takes, and queen takes f5. Yeah, this looks.
Yeah, yeah.
This looks very dangerous for black. So he chose to take here. It appears that he found some interesting defensive ideas, and that at this point here, his position is not so bad. He's fighting well here. He plays the queen, allows bishop to e5. So this is a really sharp idea here, Ishan. I really love this, understanding that you can go for an opposite colored bishop type of position because it's not the end game, and in middle game attacking positions it might be an advantage sometimes to have the opposite colored bishops. This feels like a really sharp idea, and he took the bishop. Did he have any other choice here? Let's say rook f7.
Maybe you can actually maybe sack the rook. You could play rook bishop. You could sack the piece maybe, because the king is really exposed.
That is true. We have that again. That same idea. King takes, and then queen takes f5, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh no, that with rook g1, queen h7. It looks like this is over. Let me just look at something here. Check on h7. King here.
No, I think after queen f7 you could play rook g1, and the rook's hanging too.
Yeah. And then here.
Yeah, the rook's hanging.
But what about, let's see, takes there, check, rook g2. There's no check here. This is so complicated because knight takes e3 might be a possibility because he gets a draw by repetition here if we take the knight. He's threatening mate in 1.
Yeah, this is a little complicated.
This gets really complicated.
Yeah, queen d7 might work.
Here, queen d7 check.
And then, yeah, king.
The king moves.
Wait. Yeah, queen d6 is
Queen d6.
Oh yeah, queen d6 and maybe queen g3. No, no. Here, not queen g3. No. Queen e6.
Queen e6. King. Wow, black's position is so difficult to defend. King f8. I'm going to have the engine analyze this for us here, Ishan, because this is so complicated. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to the end, okay, this is 0.00 according to the engines. Let's
Okay.
see where this could have been improved. So rook g1 check is good. Bishop to g5. Oh,
Yeah, maybe
okay.
not.
Then queen to h3 followed by f4 is winning.
Ah, yeah, I might be winning. That's true.
Yeah, we keep the rook under attack. We keep the f4 idea there. This is still gonna win, and it's over 4 points. So this is completely winning.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was right to take on e5 again. He was putting up like a really strong defensive effort after bishop h4. This might have been the move of the game. This is. I'm going to assume that he did not. What do you think? Do you think he saw this move? He might not have seen it. This is fantastic, Ishan.
Yeah, I don't think he saw that move.
He
Yeah, and
if he takes this pawn, the bishop is trapped.
yeah.
Yeah. And so he moves the queen here to defend it. Now you're able to double the rooks. And you let him take this pawn. And another move he might have missed. Queen a7 is so strong here. And this seems to be the only move for white to be able to attack properly. If the bishop moves, there's a checkmate on g7. And he defended with this rook, but he defends the bishop with the other one. The same idea would have been there, right? I imagine.
Yeah.
If he plays this one, bishop d1 and bishop h5, and that's also winning. So he plays the f rook. You play bishop to d1, queen to e4, bishop to h5. What if he plays, instead of bishop f8, if he attacks your queen here with rook a8?
Then queen d7.
Ah, yes. So,
Queen d7.
oh, you answered that pretty quickly. You saw this during the game then.
Yeah.
And then he tries this.
Queen e6, and then he doesn't get the pawn.
Nice. Beautiful. Okay, this is over. So bishop f8, you take, he takes queen to d7. And then he took with the rook. Maybe take with the queen here?
Yeah, take with the queen is all good, but like I could take on c6, and yeah, I take too many pawns of his.
Yeah, looks like. So you're not going to win via attack, but you have a material advantage, and he's still not picking up the b4 pawn because of the problem on g7. And so after pawn to f3, yeah, this was a great move. When he takes queen f7, then this is just over. Because if you play queen f7 now, he can play the rook to e8, right? Protected by the queen. That's a really smart deflection tactic there. Is there anything he could have done, Ishan, other than take the pawn?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think there was only one move he could do, rook e7.
Rook e7. Oh, okay.
But then, like, it's gonna be like, I think white's winning here.
What do you think we should play here? Maybe queen to c8?
Yeah, maybe queen to c8 you could play, where you could take the thing. Yeah. Also, you could just like, maybe that endgame is winning.
If you go for the queen?
Yeah, maybe that endgame is winning.
And then he takes here.
Yeah, I think the endgame's winning, yeah. Because bishop takes b4 with g6.
Rook g6, and you start attacking those pawns. You could even try some f6 here.
Oh yeah, f6 is also good.
Yeah. This looks tough for him to defend. Yeah, but against queen takes f3, queen f7 was completely over. Sean, would you mind telling us like just a little bit, since this is the only chance we'll get to talk to you, how's your chess dedication these days? Do you have a set number of hours that you like to study per day, per week?
Yeah, usually I study like an hour or two a day.
Nice.
Yeah.
And do you know what your ambitions are? How far you would like to get in your career?
Yeah, I want to become a GM, and I'm aiming to get my first GM norm.
Oh, that's beautiful. I will be following. It's so amazing for me because I learned to play chess at the age of 15, Sean, and I still was able to get international master title. But I wish I could have been like as good as you are at your age. I will really be following your career closely and rooting for you to get that title. Best of luck to you. Congratulations on your win today.
Thanks.
Thank you for talking with us. Bye bye. Okay. Okay, guys, that was Sean Hebard. This is the first time we got to talk to him during the tournament. Let's never ceases to amaze me. 13-year-old, this smart, this already an international master, planning to become a grandmaster. I really hope it happens for him. Quite a nice win. Let's see if we can look at more games. More games. Let's go to board number 1. More games. We had stopped on move 37. Rook d3 had been played. Ray NC910 following us. Thank you, sir. You're so welcome to be here. Venus Chess. How are you, Venus? Yeah, sharp kid here. Oh, Sabas was mentioning, I'm sorry, Sabas, I was so focused on an interview, I did not see your message here. Queen e7 protecting the bishop instead of queen h5. Defense g7 also. Yeah, that is quite a possibility as well. Meat Shield 262, he was suggesting rook takes g7 and leaving the bishop. The pin is fairly mean. Go Irish thing. Liam may have allowed a perpetual check. So we had rook to d1 takes and queen takes e4, and so we have a draw. We have a draw by perpetual check. What does that mean for the standings? Then that guarantees that Bortnik will be at least co-winner of the tournament, but of course we'd need to look at the tie breaks. He won the Pan American, so he is basically kids playing chess in schools, and then you have every kid who's playing chess in schools in South America, Central America, and North America, and he is the best one of all in his category. How about that? So this was a draw. Let's take a look at Kamrakulov again. Let's pay some extra attention to the top 3 boards. Kamrakulov seemed to have a fantastic endgame to play. Bishop d6, h5, rook takes a7, bishop takes b2, and rook d7. Rook a4, a7. So he wants to play check and promote. Eritea plays the king and has to give up the f7 pawn. Now there's a check and bishop d4. Okay, this is not so bad for black now. g7 is defended and he can play b5 and take the a7 pawn. It feels like the worst has passed for Aditya here. He plays b5, bishop b8, and pawn to b4. Rook to d7, bishop to c5. Rook to b7, and pawn to b3. Pawn to f3. He's not lost anymore. Huh. He's not lost anymore. We will be able to have a word with Liam Putnam from board number 1. How about that, guys? Liam Putnam has just agreed to an interview. His game ended in a draw against Mikola Bortnik. We'll see if he's available. So, looks like not yet. Okay, so Putnam at the moment is speaking with Bortnik about the game. They're still discussing the game together, and he has agreed to have a word with us after they are done with their post-mortem analysis. Let's go back to Andrew Tang. He played b6, h3, and bishop to a6, and Andrew Tang is dominating his game against Kevin George here. c4 seems to be the only move, completely necessary. Otherwise, 2 rooks and a bishop will be too much against the queen. And d5. King to h2. Bishop takes c4. Takes, and rook to e4. Wow, against queen c7, rook takes c4 even protects that pawn. Very meticulous play by Andrew Tang. He has to play g6 here. Queen c7 and rook to e6. Queen to b7 and rook f8. He picks up the a7 pawn, but then b5. This pawn is hanging. He plays the queen to d4. And black now plays h6. With the idea of putting the king on h7 later on, and it's going to be really hard for Kevin George to survive this endgame. 2 rooks and a pawn versus a queen, and that is if white is able to hold on. If white loses the f6 pawn, then it's all over. That pawn is the only reason he's still alive in the game. Let's take a look at Josh Colas against John Hughes. We looked at his queen d3 move. He had a positional advantage with the opposite colored bishops in the middle game here. g4, rook f7. g3, rook d7. We'll look at this super quickly. And a5. We'll actually finish this later because Liam Putnam is available. We're going to transition into the interview page to get a word with the amazing Liam Putnam, who had a draw with the black pieces against Mikola Bortnik. Liam, nice to talk to you.
Yeah.
Talk,
So,
guide us through that game a little bit, because as the tournament started, I told everyone, hey, if Liam Putnam is playing black and you play e4, you can expect a very well prepared Carol Khan. But now you seem to be adding a Sicilian to the repertoire. Is that a new thing, or you have played the Sicilian together with the Carol Khan for a while?
Yeah, I have for a while. I guess maybe I played Ko a bit more for a short time, but this game I needed to win with black, so so I thought it'd be a better choice.
And I imagine you expected the Alapin. Mikola plays the Alapin quite a bit.
I thought there was a good chance, yeah. And okay, at least I thought it can be interesting. Like what I prepared was kind of like Alapin's known to be very solid, but I prepared some lines that were interesting. And I did see he had some online games with up to like A4, what he did in the game.
Oh, I see. I was talking to the audience that a few years ago, whenever I played this line with the black pieces myself, I used to go for this line with G5. I don't fully trust this line anymore, and I have concluded that D5 is probably the very best way for black to reply. Up until which point were you in book here? So you prepared bishop e6, of course. This was prep.
Yeah, I was in prep until well, okay, A4 is the last move technically, but I also think I knew like Queen D7, A5, Knight D5, and this G6 idea is really logical. So it wasn't prep, but I didn't really have to think.
Of course. And then he played Knight to A3, and throughout the game, you seem to be the one with a slight advantage as black, playing for the win there. And yeah, because if you do win this game, then you would actually. Is it mathematically possible to win the tournament if you win this game?
Yeah, I would tie for first because only my opponent had 5 points. So
oh, of
so,
course,
yeah.
yes. So knight takes c6, queen takes c6. This was one moment in the game when I looked with the engines a little bit, and they were suggesting instead of queen f3 that it would be better for him to control this diagonal to be able to play the knight to b5. And this was like plus 0.2, like a tiny advantage for white. When he played the queen to f3, this entire idea here, Liam, that you played, the engines completely agreed with it. Queen a4 was fantastic. Was the very best move.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually expected bishop e3, and I expected, maybe not expected it, but I thought that I saw this bishop e3, queen a4 idea in advance, and I saw up to like rook a d8 pretty much, and maybe I overestimated it a little bit, but yeah, my plan ended up being to go bishop b5 to b8, and eventually like play, provoke some weaknesses on the king side, and hopefully fight for the d file. So.
Wow, this is really cool. During the broadcast, when it was your time to make this move, I suggested exactly this idea. Like Liam maybe should play rook a d8, bishop e5, and bishop to b8. The bishop protects this pawn and attacks a nice diagonal. But did you feel that you already maybe had a slight advantage and could really play for a win here?
Yeah, I thought it was a slight advantage.
Yeah.
I didn't know how much, but okay. And I also was not sure because I knew a draw was fine for him. And going into the game, I didn't know what approach to take. I thought a draw is not the end of the world, but like if I'm in a losing position, I'm not gonna turn down a draw. But I also want to keep as many chances as I can. So.
Of course. So let's have the engines evaluate this position to see if you really had already an advantage here. And the evaluation is minus 0.21. So yes, it's but after he plays rook to f1 and you play the bishop to e5, yeah, minus 0.3. You did have a slight edge here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you played knight b5 here, rook to c5, and you force him to make a really tough decision because between knight d4 and c4, these are two like very different approaches. If he plays c4, he keeps the knight there, but he improves your bishop. I
thought c4 was a mistake because it basically really weakens his control over d4, and if he does that, I'm not sure. Like concretely, I was thinking maybe it was. I forgot exactly what I was thinking. Maybe it was just bringing the rook back to c8 or something, or queen e7. Maybe queen e7 and just. I thought knight d4 was a general idea for him, and it's weakening the d4 score has to be bad. I thought.
Because you can have this then queen h4 attacks h2 and c4, for example, something like that.
Yeah, just getting my queen off the d file with tempo. So.
As well, yeah. This is a very pleasant type of position. Like if he stops queen h4 with this move, then maybe you can play something like that.
Yeah, I had ideas of if h5 of g3.
Yeah, and so he plays knight d4, rook to d8, knight f3, bishop to c7, rook a d1, and rook d5. This is the first time in this tournament that Mikola struggles with the white pieces. So we had rook d4, pawn to e5, takes and takes, and he decided not to let you play e4 and play e4 himself. Feels like a correct idea. So at least your bishop is staring at the pawn on e5, h4. So you went after that pawn, and then he played the queen to e3. So at this moment, the engines offered an idea that it's really hard for human being to do, Liam. And the idea was take the pawn on a6, allow queen takes h6 with this idea, and then answer with b4 immediately.
I actually saw this in the game, but I wasn't sure. Actually, looking back, it makes a lot of sense because, but I felt like maybe some move like rook g1, but in that case, okay, I can take on c3 because knight g5 goes queen f6 and.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and then knight g5, queen f6. He doesn't have anything here. He would take back, and then actually you can play a5 here. The engine evaluation now is minus 1.42. This might have been the very best way to get real winning chances with black here.
Yeah, like you said, it's a bit unhuman to play this, but I mean, I did consider it, but what I saw in the game was basically, yeah, what I did, and I saw that if the rook goes to g1, there's bishop b6, and if the rook goes to a1, I think what I saw was bishop b6, queen h6, queen a4, and if queen c1, queen a4. No, queen a4 in this
position.
Oh,
queen a4. Oh, okay. And then if queen c1.
Queen a4, I thought black is doing well.
Yeah, black is doing fantastically well here. Absolutely.
And if the rook moves anywhere else aside from queen c1, then there's rook d1. So, and basically every square the rook goes to, I saw some problem for him. So that's why I'm not surprised that he didn't take on h6.
Nice, yeah. So he plays the queen to e1. You play the pawn to f6, pawn to h3, and rook to d3 here. He plays rook to d1. Then we have a couple of trades. Let's have the when you played rook to d3, let's have the engine evaluate this a little bit here as well.
It says just king g7 h5, and it's minus 1.2, which is I guess not that surprising, but
and then
yeah, that's.
Oh, the point being that if he doesn't take the rook with a check, you can play bishop f2.
That makes sense. So he can't go rook d1, and if he can't do that,
then you can trade, play the bishop to g3, and now this is f5 comes next, and that becomes really difficult for him.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was another super difficult idea to find, but another one where black gets a pretty big advantage. And with rook, so rook d1 is basically a draw offer. He's sacrificing the pawn to get the perpetual check. Is it possible that there was anything else for black here to keep fighting for the win?
Yeah, we analyzed some interesting moves. Like one is king f8, with the idea of queen e2. I'd taken king e7, and just to give an example, I don't know if it works totally, but
yeah, looks just fine. Takes all the entrance points away from his queen. Yeah, here and then. But what if he If he takes now, then the queen takes, and queen to d2, with the idea of playing the queen to d6 or queen to h6.
Oh, that I didn't see actually. If I go, yeah, I guess I can't avoid the perpetual. I would have to trade. Although even if I trade and go f5 or something, is that
Yeah.
maybe g4? Okay, it has to be fine for one.
With yeah, maybe g4, or I don't know. Maybe if you would like to trade and play g4 to have the e4 square for the knight. Yeah, this looks kind of okay. So, but when you took on e4, did you already expect that the game would end in a draw by perpetual here?
No, definitely not. I just made a blunder with king f8. Like I thought in advance. I thought queen b3. So what happened was I thought you'd go queen b3. I saw queen c4, take knight e2. So instead I wanted to go king f8.
Okay.
Apparently, actually, allowing knight e2 might be good because I have the e pawn, but it's 3 versus 1 on the queen side, so it's complicated. So I thought king f8, queen b5, queen b1, king h2, e4, knight d4 is one possibility, and then although if knight d4, there's bishop c7 though. So
okay.
So I thought this was good for me, but unclear. And so when he went queen d7, I wanted to just get the same thing, and I forgot he has queen d6.
Oh, I see. Okay. And at this point, queen c4 defends the pawn, defends e6. Is it possible that it stops the perpetual? Let's see. He has the check. King to g7.
No, I mean I'm gonna have to give up b5.
Yeah, queen d7 check, and then oh yeah. So if you would like to stop the perpetual, then you have to play the queen to f7, and then you have to give up this pawn. And so this is still like in a human game. I see that the engine is saying that this is equal, but in a human game, this is still a game which can end in a win by either player here, maybe.
Yeah, but I don't think it's so good because knight d4 and the king comes over, and there's also going to be queen b7 ideas if I trade. So realistically, even white might be more comfortable.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's true. That's true. And so we had a draw here. Nice, Liam. Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to speak with us. Can you let us know what your next tournament is in your schedule is?
I actually haven't planned that, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. But should be soon.
Nice. So, are you planning on staying active in 2025?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. I'll be very closely following you, Liam. I really love to watch you play. You're already above 2,400, and you keep climbing that rating ladder. I really hope you cross 2,500 as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Nice, Liam. Nice talk to you. So that is Liam Putnam. Super bright kid. What a player. So he had a draw with Bortnik. His calculation is so sharp. I am at 2,400. His FIDE rating is 2 points higher than mine. Mine is 2401. His is 2403. But I have to admit that since I'm not active in the circuit anymore, the calculation part is the one that tends to suffer when you're not active in the circuit. And speaking with Liam Putnam and Mikola Bortnik throughout this tournament, they're both 2,400 players like myself. But I'm like, okay, stay sharp and try to follow along because they are locked into their chess careers, and just talking to them, they're just like thinking about variations and ways to outplay the opponent. They're at the top of their game. Kamrakulov has very little time against Aditeya. Aditeya putting up a great fight. He had a much worse position. Rook a4, pawn to f4. b2, rook takes b2 and bishop takes a7. And Kamrakulov, he doesn't like draws. He's gonna try to go for it, but this is really hard because how do you improve the position, right? Takes. There's just no way, right? He loves to win, but this is gonna be a draw. Oh, I'm still on interview screen. That's true. Oh my, that's right. Thank you, Lurkin Bishop. That's the blindfold screen. Let's take a look at this again. I was looking at this on my own then. That's pretty selfish of me. Let's go back to this moment here so you guys see it as well. I was trying to evaluate this endgame and see how Kamrakulov can possibly have winning chances because he's really trying. So this is what's going on. Bishop takes a7. Wait. Bishop takes, rook takes. So he attacks this pawn and then tries to play the king to h4 to attack this one and invade g5. But black is able to defend just in time. Rook e7 defends e6 and then g6 defends h5 and king g7 doesn't allow king f6. So now this is just a draw. Rook e3, rook e8, and rook a3. Rook e7 and rook a6. Interesting play here by Kamrakulov because he gets a chance to win because if black places the rook on e8 protecting the pawn and allows rook a7 check, now this of course is going to be a win. So king f7 is necessary for Aditya. And now Kamrakulov gets to place his king on h6. Definitely fortress mode for black. Whether it is a fortress indeed is another matter, but it probably is. This rook can make plenty of horizontal moves here and still be safe. Drabek is a mean endgame player. He's not pretending to try to win this. He's really trying to win this. Andrew Tang played h6, a4, b takes a4. Queen to a7. Rook takes f6, and queen takes a4. h4 has been played by Kevin. Really tough position for Kevin. Andrew might just make this move right now. Or play rook d4 to protect his pawn and attack and attack h4. But even with h5, queen takes c4, queen rook d2, and then doubling the rooks, and then the attack against g2 and c2 seems to be too much. Seems to be a bit much. Let's take a look at Joshua Colas, and Joshua Colas has a huge advantage on the clock there against John Hughes. This is where we stopped when black played a5. Now we have bishop to d1, rook to e7, knight to g2. Rook takes e3, knight takes e3. Knight e7 and bishop to c2. That defends the e6 square, attacks the g4 pawn. Queen f3, king g7. Black is defending very tenaciously here. Rook d8. Wow. Yeah, because g takes f6 check, king f7, the rook has to move and black is okay. So Josh goes for knight e3, bishop e7, he takes and bishop takes, and now knight to g4. Bishop e7 and bishop d3, king f7 and rook to e2. Really good defense by John Hughes. The worst is behind him. Like, his position is still like not the most pleasant in the world, but he is fighting really hard. Rook to d8, bishop c4, king to f8, king to f3. b5, bishop takes, knight takes d5 and bishop c6. So black cannot trade the rooks with bishop e8. King e7, we have a discovered check and pawn to d5. King f7 and pawn to g4. H takes and king takes. John Hughes, if he does get a draw here, he's going to be so proud of himself. Yeah. Kinetic pawn. You heard rook f2 is really bad in endgames, like in general. And is that for black, for white, or for both? Michael Rode and Jasmine are going at it still. Jasmine had a slight advantage as black. Let's see what's been going on here. King f6, king to d2, rook d8, check, and king to e3. Two, rook d5, knight takes h3, takes, and rook f1. Okay, looks like Michael Rode has been able to fix his position and defend everything just in time. Jasmine also looks to be pretty solid. So if we have more than one winner, we will have blitz tie breaks. St. Louis, Charlotte, Marshall, active strong chess players that stream. Oh, it's a reference to Ding's blunder. I should have caught that. Of course. I heard Rook F2 is really bad in endgames. Oh. For the rest of his chess career, whenever Ding plays a rook to F2 as white, that's going to trigger a memory, huh? If Andrew Tang wins, he will go to a blitz tiebreak against Mikola Bortnik for the title. Kamrakolov is trying to join the fray as well, but he will need to beat Aditya, and it's looking unlikely. Let's take a look at Cowell versus Jacobson. We last looked at this. This one is, we're going to have to try to figure this out. What's the DGT issue here? I can figure this out. Queen F5 and doubles up in Bishop E3. So maybe he took the pawn. And then Queen G4 was played, and then Rook E4. And then Queen F5. And then Rook A E8. And then we have the exact same position. This is probably what happened. So Bishop E3 and Queen C6. I'm the Sherlock Holmes of DGT mistakes. Show me a DGT mistake. It's, oh no, let me show you how it probably went. Queen to E6, Queen to F4. Queen E4, Queen to C1, protecting the rook. He really doesn't want to trade queens, huh? Looks really weird. Come all the way back here. Queen E7, Rook B5, C6, and Rook A5. Bishop D4 and Rook to E8, Bishop C5 and Queen to B7. So Jacobson has a better position, but he is struggling a bit to make the proper progress to be able to win. And Tang is a beast in blitz. That is true. quite the beast, actually. Quite the beast. Let's take a look at Pressman versus Knowles. Board number 9. We stopped at move 36 here. Knight e6 check, king d5. Knight f4. Trades. Oh, he went for the pawn endgame. No. The pawn endgame is completely lost. It's not even close. Leif Pressman will win this game for sure. Chase Knowles might have resigned on this position already, actually. Let's take a super quick look here at board number 10, Vice versus Patel, so we can get to Andrew Tang's game. Knight takes b7, rook b8. Knight c5, king f7. White's up a pawn, but that's an awkward knight. And black's position is very active. It's not going to be easy for white to convert this. Might even be unlikely. But Brian Weiss is trying. Knight d3 and pawn to b4. King c4 and king a2. Check and king f2. Hey, how many moves? How many repetitions are those? They're repeating too much. Wow, this is actually... Looks like black is going to win there. Andrew Tang. Looks like he won his game. Rook to d4 on move 35. No, after h4, his move was rook d2. Pawn to h5, and then he took king h3, rook g6. Check and king h7, b7, and rook f2. And Tang won. So we will have a tie break. We will have a blitz tie break. At the moment, it's Andrew Tang versus Mikola Bortnik for the title. They played in classical chess, and Mikola Bortnik had a fantastic win in the Spanish Opening. And now Komrakolov is really trying his best to join them. And he will have to try to break the defensive fortress of Aditya Das. King to h6, pawn to e5, pawn to f5. The king h6, e5. I have the engines on for this endgame here, guys, and it looks like we had a mistake by both. Black should have just waited with the rook, and it's a draw. So we're going to look at this now, at the analysis board. So e5 loses the game. So the engines are saying that f takes e5 wins, followed by rook takes g6, and this is a winning rook endgame because white will be able to put the king on the 6th rank in front of the pawn, and that's how these endgames go. If the white king can get to the 6th rank in front of the pawn, that's a win. If not, that's the Philidor draw. And Kamrakulov missed the win here. Aditya made a mistake and now he's lost, but Kamrakulov made a mistake right back. And he's trying to win in this different way. With one pawn versus two, but having a very well advanced pawn. Rook e8, king to h7, f4 and g6. King e7 and g7, f3. Well, how about that? Aditya correctly allowing Kamrakulov to promote, because if he does, this is a draw as well. F3, king to g6, e4, rook f6, rook to g8, and rook f4. Check, king takes g7, e6, king g6, e5, king g5. Okay, so this will end in a draw for sure. The white king is not well positioned enough to avoid promotion there. And we had a draw. Another game of Kamrakulov's that ends in a draw with Bear King versus Bear King, just like his game earlier. Okay, GM Andrew Tang and I am Mykola Bortnik will be playing a tiebreaker game to determine the 2024 Marshall Chess Club Championship winner. The time control will be 3+2. Their lifetime score in Blitz USCF is 3-2 in Bortnik's favor. Okay, this is going to be crazy exciting. It's down to Mykola. It's down to Mykola versus, making a few notes here. Oh my God, what a tournament. What a tournament. In the meanwhile, let's follow along with the other matches. Michael Rode versus Jasmine Su, board number 5. It's going to be a best of 2, followed by Armageddon if needed. I'm tense, and I'm not even there. Oh, Lurkin Bishop. I am very interested in knowing that as well. Please let me see that game. A true Ravenclaw is following us. Thank you for the follow. We appreciate that. King F3, Rook C6, and pawn to E5. Rook G4 and King to D5. Rook here. Wow, wow, wow. Jasmine Su is winning. Grandmaster Michael Rode has been caught in a mating net in time trouble. This is over. This is a checkmate. Jasmine Su will defeat Grandmaster Michael Rode with the black pieces here. Wow. Wow, King to D5 was a huge mistake by Grandmaster Michael Rode. He can just play the Rook to F4, keep the status quo. This is just a draw here. This is just an equal position. Now this is lost. Rook G3 check, King H6. Grandmaster Michael Rode will probably resign the game now. Yes, and he has. Michael Rode has just resigned. And Jasmine Su, the stars are all aligning in her favor. She was able to win a game against Brian and Ming Lin when she was lost. And now she was able to win a game against Michael Rode when it was drawn. Fantastic tournament. What a competitor. You know, she just keeps fighting and fighting. She seems to be very calm and even keeled. And those are character traits that really helps a chess player in tense moments, in time trouble, and all of that. Exactly, Sebas. Nicely found by Jasmine with little time on the clock as well. She had 2 minutes. So they were both in time trouble. Let's take a look at Jacobson. We last looked at this game after Queen B7. Now Queen F5, King to G8. Bishop to D4 and Rook to E4. Jacobson is up 2 pawns, but there is a positional blockade on the queen side at the moment. G4. The tech team is trying to sort out the camera for the Armageddon. Not Armageddon. For the Blitz tiebreak. It will be an Armageddon if we don't have a winner after 2 games. Hopefully we'll be able to watch it. Will it be Tang Bortnik or Bortnik Tang? Well, Bortnik could argue that he won their game in the classical portion, so he might be entitled to Bortnik Tang there. Queen to b7, rook to a5. We will, of course, in the meanwhile, keep enjoying the other games. Knight h4 check being threatened by Aaron. And it looks like he's found a way through now. He protects the pawn with a6. And the skies are falling now for Andrew Cowell. Bortnik made a physician asking if Bortnik did not win on tie breaks, and that's a pretty good question. He really might have, considering that he beat Andrew Tang in their game. But according to the rules of the tournament, in case of a tie for first place, we go to a blitz playoff. That does make it more exciting, don't you think? Let's take another look at Pressman versus Knowles. This was all over here. It's not officially being shown as a win yet, but this is quite clearly a win. It's black to play, and black is about to get checkmated. Normal and Super saying blitz playoff, no chance for Mikola. Well, but we have gotten word here, Normal and Super, that Mikola actually has a 3 versus 2 advantage in their personal encounters in blitz. What time is the playoff? That's a good question. Probably as soon as the other games are over. We'll now look at the battle between Weiss and Patel. We don't have any new moves here after black plays the rook to a8. This has been the position for a long time, and it looks like black might be able to press for a win now. Exactly, Mikola is a superb blitz player. Exactly. Bortnik won the title last year in a blitz playoff. Go Irish is letting us know. Against whom was that blitz playoff played, Go Irish? Do you remember? Do you have that info? Joshua Colas has been able to defeat John Hughes in that opposite colored bishop endgame. Let's see what happened there. Seemed a draw. Seemed like a draw. Mikola has beaten Carlsen in Title Tuesday Blitz online before. It was against Joe Zetland. So f5 and g5. No kidding. I feel like moving to New York City and playing these tournaments with these guys. The Marshall Chess Club will need to find a new streamer. And I want another streamer calling my games. I want to do battle with these guys. Too much fun. Way too much fun. King f4, king f6. Bishop d7, bishop to a3. Wow. How does white win this? So the theory of opposite colored bishops endgames goes that it's to the advantage of the defending player when the pawns are either connected or really close to each other. In opposite colored bishop endgames, the attacking side wants the pawns to be as far apart from each other as possible so that the defending king can only fight against one of the pawns at a time. So when the defending king can fight against both pawns at the same time, it tends to be a draw even when there is a two-pawn disadvantage. So that's the theory. According to this theory, this should be drawn. But in this case, we have these pawns on the queen side. How did the Marshall Chess Club find you? Or did you find the Marshall Chess Club? I happen to be the chess coach of the president of the Marshall Chess Club, has become a really dear friend of mine. And so we got to talking in one of our classes a couple of years ago. Then he told me, yeah, we're thinking about streaming, and would you be available for that? Let's try it out. Then we did, and we really loved the experience. And here we are a few years ago. I have done many of these broadcasts, and to be honest, I would love to keep doing them more and more. This is a whole lot of fun for me. Okay, the playoffs are about to start. Thank you. Thank you so much, Normal and Super. Well, I am not the most experienced streamer in the world, but I definitely have some 15,000 hours of experience with private chess class. I just love teaching and talking about the game. Okay, we'll do something here now, guys. There you go. And there you go. the tech guys are in control. They are I'm just watching now, guys. I don't even have command of the mouse right now. They're doing their technology thing. They think they're so cool because they understand technology and cameras. They think they're so cool with their 2,700 ratings in technology. The Fisher table is under glass and it's not used. I don't know if you're going to have the time to review Joshua Colas' endgame because I still want to know how he was able to win this opposite colored bishop endgame. Seems like a drawn endgame still. But I don't think there's anything more exciting than the Blitz playoff right now. We're all crazy about it. It's about to start. And there they are. All right. The Blitz tiebreak is about to begin. Mikola Bortnik has the white pieces in the first game. And they have repeated the Spanish opening. Typical Spanish position so far. Seems pretty balanced. I noticed that as well. Go Irish. The board is stuck. We do have the live video, but not the live position. Okay. It's updated. We have a new position. This might be a very slight advantage for Mikola. His pawn structure is a little bit better. He might want to play knight d2 followed by knight g3. He goes for a4. So I think Mikola wants to keep his knight on d2. He might develop his dark squared bishop via fianchetto on b2. We do have a delay on the board here because a4 has been played. I personally have no horse on this race, Calvin. They are both very likable characters. We have the updated position. Tang has 3 attackers against that e4 pawn. He's trying to force Mikola to play f3 because f3 will weaken his position. We have a crowd of people interested in the game. You can see Komrakulov himself is watching. You have Liam Putnam there as well, next to Komrakulov. They must all be thinking, Blitz tiebreaks are awesome. I hope I'll be on next year's Blitz tiebreak. Andrew Tang's position is looking really good. The pressure against e4 is very strong. Wow, Mikola has sacrificed the pawn. Maybe he wants to play some queen d5 idea at the end. He sacrifices the pawn. Andrew Tang threatens f2. What a random comment, Kinetic Pawn. I did not expect that one. It's an enticement for you to come to New York City. There you go. Okay, if I do move to New York City, first thing on the agenda, I want a match of classical chess against Jay Bonin. Like just 4 games, nothing big. So I checked that item immediately. Andrew Tang trying to prove to Bortnik that A 14-game match. He will take a nap on you. That's hilarious. Andrew Tang trying to prove to Mikola Bortnik that he doesn't have compensation for the pawn. 10 seconds for each player, around 10 seconds now. This will get crazy. I can't chill. This is too much. Mikola's winning now. Mikola wins game number 1. Tang is really unhappy with that. Of course, he had an advantage with the black pieces. What a comeback by Mikola. Indeed, Akash. What a comeback. He's really been having Tang's number in this tournament. He had a 3-2 advantage in over-the-board blitz against Andrew Tang before this game. Now it's 4 versus 2. Exactly, Sebas. Under 10 seconds, anything can happen. Now Andrew Tang is in a must-win situation as white to provoke the Armageddon playoff. I don't want this to end. Gotta love Bortnik and everything he's doing, but I want Andrew Tang to win this one so we can all suffer together through Armageddon. I don't want this to end. Gotta love the tech team that was able to get the board and the DGT and the live feed for the blitz tiebreak on super last minute like that. Oh, Andrew Tang is not playing the London system. He goes for C4. Tip your assistant producer arbiter. There you go. You see, Calvin and Mgar, they are in the tech team. I told you. They think they all are at. I should not have complimented them. Exactly. True Ravenclaw mentioning that, this is not the time to play solidly. Andrew Tang needs to go after it. The board has not updated yet. Let's hope that it does. It got stuck in the first game for a little while as well. Okay. Andrew Tang trying to put pressure on the knight on c6. Andrew Tang, his body language, he's a bit more tense than Mikola right now, apparently, which is completely understandable. 95 looks strong. He is protecting the c4 square. That makes b4 stronger for white. Once Andrew Tang plays 95, Bortnik knows that b4 might be coming next. Ravenclaw, what about the situation exactly is reminding you of the Anand Carlsen World Championship match? So if Tang plays b4, Mikola is going to play f6. That's the point. Oh, the c5 game in advance. Yeah, in the game Vishy Anand won. Yep. That was the only game Vishy Anand won in both of their World Championship matches, right? Queen's Gambit decline, Bishop f4 variation. It looks like Andrew Tang has an advantage here, but he's down to 50 seconds. Knight d7 and e5. Bishop takes e5. Oh, bishop e8 is coming next. Okay, Andrew Tang is winning. Queen to c2 now will threaten h7. Yes, so Bortnik can... Will he take on e5? He takes on e5. Allows... Knight takes h7 will probably be played by Tang now. No, c takes b6. Mikola Bortnik with the resourcefulness. He has turned things around again. Mikola Bortnik wins. Mikola Bortnik is the 2024 Marshall Chess Club champion, coming from behind in both Blitz games. He was able to beat Andrew Tang in 3 out of 3 games. How unbelievable is that? Andrew Tang being a fantastic sport, smiling, congratulating the champion, having some fun. Bortnik is first. Andrew Tang is second. It's 11:32 p.m. in Brazil. And after watching this, I don't think I'm going to sleep. I think I'm going to the gym and run on the treadmill for an hour and a half. I can't sleep. Two championship wins in a row. The 2023 Marshall Chess Club champion is the 2024 Marshall Chess Club champion as well. We might have an interview with Mikola Bortnik. Unfortunately, this has come to an end. Oh, wow. Bortnik is clearly a GM in Blitz. The tag team is trying to arrange a final interview with the winner. So here you have it, guys. These are the Marshall Chess Club champions. Mikola Bortnik was the 2023 champion. Zachary Tenenbaum in 2022. Brandon Jacobson 2021. Kamrakulov was the champion in 2019. Aditya Das had a great tourney, that's for sure. And take a look at that list of champions of the Marshall Chess Club. We have Garakamsky, Yaroslav Jerebuk, Zviad Zoria, Mark Paragua, Alexander Landerman. Michael Rode was the champion in 2012. And you have the likes of Sergey Kudrin, Jan Elvest, Leonid Udazin, Yuri Lapshin, Igor Novikov, Joshua Waitzkin was the champion for 2 years running there. Maurice Ashley, Michael Rode, and Jay Bonin was the champion in 1984. And he was the champion in 1987. Michael Rode is also a multiple-time champion. The last two-time winner was Jan Elvest. International Master Selma Terra is also a multiple-time champion, and he interacted with us quite a bit throughout the tournament here. William Lombardi has won the championship. Grandmaster Larry Evans won the tournament 3 times in a row in the late 1940s. Made a physician. I thank you. This is awesome. Frank James Marshall, Ruben Fine. All right. You guys will not believe who is here with us. Mikola Bortnik, you must be feeling fantastic right now. Congratulations. You are the two-time winner in 2023, 2024. So every interviewer asks the same question. How does it feel?
Thank you so much. Honestly, I'm a little bit tired because these two games were insane. I don't know if you watched or not. But...
We were able to watch them. We
Oh,
were able
great.
to watch both of them live. Do you think you were worse in one of those games at some point?
Yeah, for sure. In the second game, at least. Maybe in the first game, I don't know. Anyway, in a blitz game, it's not that important, the evaluation. So,
Yeah.
and I want to tell you that after the classical game, the blitz is even more difficult, at least for me. I
Yeah.
barely could calculate variations,
Yes, of course.
and yeah.
No, I was wondering when you're you and Andrew Tang, you had less than 10 seconds for a long stretch of the first game. So how confident were you that you were never losing on time there? Were you able to keep an eye on the clock every single time?
Yes, yeah, of course. But I wanted to find some strong moves at the same time, which is not easy.
Yes.
And no, I think my position was a little bit easier than his because his skin was open and I could attack it. I know the evaluation, please don't tell me.
Yeah, we were not following anything with the engines either because everything was way too fast. But it was really remarkable to see, especially in game number one, the amount of good moves that both of you guys played so fast there. And do you think in the second game he should have chosen to take on h7 with the knight instead of the queen?
I have no idea, to be honest, because I was happy to get it, to get out from this position, because I was completely lost, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And after knight d7, I found this trick, e5, f6, bishop e8,
Yeah.
and to pin the knight and queen. So
of course, like in the blitz game, when you have a worse position, all you can do is find a resource like that to, of course, confuse the opponent. That was he had little time on the clock as well, and that worked out pretty well for you.
Yeah, and yes, as you mentioned, the time is very important in such situations. I think I got like 2 minutes against 15 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, people were talking right before the blitz tiebreak that you have been able to beat Magnus Carlsen in title Tuesday. Is that the case?
Yes, it's true. 1 year ago, I played Title Tuesday, and in one tournament, I beat Magnus and drew against Hikaru at the same tournament.
Oh.
Unfortunately, later I lost a couple of games.
Oh man, that is.
I was in top 10, but it's not enough sometimes.
Right.
So it's true. It's true.
I cannot even imagine how tired you must be feeling right now after this marathon. So we just wanted to have a quick word with you and once again congratulate you. It had been some time since the Marshall Chess Club had a back-to-back champion, and you have been able to pull it off. Personally, it has been fantastic for me to watch your games. I have learned quite a ton from you. You seem to be in great shape, Mikola. Do you plan on staying active in 2025?
I hope so. Yeah. I will try.
Nice.
Maybe even to improve my level and fight for a GM norm. We'll see.
Beautiful. I will definitely be rooting for you, Mikola, and I hope to both be calling your games, and maybe I go to New York City and get the opportunity to have a nice game against you myself, because I really itched to be able to do some of these battles with you guys. It was really.
I understand.
Fantastic, Mikola. Please go get some rest. Go celebrate. It's very well deserved. It was fantastic to follow you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and you made a good job as well. So I'm glad to speak.
Beautiful.
I guess. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mikola. Oh my God, that was too much. Unfortunately, guys, this is over. Exactly. Time for the GM title for Mikola. Right there. Oh, brother, that was so tense. And you know, we have to thank Mikola for. I mean, the players were really nice in general in making themselves available for interviews, but Mikola went overboard. He was always available there. Didn't matter if he was tired, if he had to eat, if he had to sleep. He made himself available. He was always super nice. And in the morning round, after he finished his game and we had a problem with the Lee chess board here, he actually stayed here for several minutes analyzing the game blindfolded so we could get his take on his game. So fantastic guy. Thank you so much for all of us. Yeah, Chess Lover is saying, yeah, Mikola has a grandmaster strength. Absolutely he does. It was fantastic to be here with you guys. I'm pretty sad that this is over. And we might have a word with Andrew Tang as well. We'll just get confirmation from the tech team. It looks like we will be able to talk to Andrew Tang a little bit as well. Andrew, can you hear us? I think you're muted there.
There we go. Hi, yeah.
Andrew, that was nerve-wracking to watch. We cannot even imagine how you guys were feeling while you were playing. We're following the whole thing live in Blitz.
Yeah, no, he is just so good at Blitz. I always listen to him.
I was when I was looking at the second game and you got a winning position there. Nobody in the audience, and people were interacting a lot in the chat, nobody imagined that you would be able to fight back, because and he admitted himself he was completely lost in the second game there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought I must be winning this position, but then he blitzes after e5, f6, bishop b8, and I'm just like, he tricked me again. And
there's an answer that, like, we're all trying. Mikola did not have an answer for this either. People in the audience and myself all wondering if he might have been better at some point to take with the knight on h7 there rather than the queen.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point probably, but yeah, I mean, I just like couldn't believe how I got tricked already, and it's like just bad moves. One after another. That's how it goes.
Oh, brother. And in that first game, did you think you had, because you certainly had the advantage as black there, you picked up a pawn and you retained it for quite a while. Do you think you missed the win, or do you think he was able to at least like not get in a lost position at least?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see an easy path to pushing in my advantage, but I definitely misplayed it really badly. Having to play like f5 and then weakening my king side made it just too tricky, and then I messed up again.
Yeah, I mean, it was baffling to me because I'm personally not a specialist in Blitz, and to see you guys under 10 seconds play that amount of moves without blundering anything and still finding good ideas, that was pretty nerve-wracking to watch. And people in the commentary sending you lots of love here, Andrew. You're super popular. The Tankster, the Penguin Man, and people are asking if you're going to play in the World Rapid and Blitz.
I appreciate it, and yeah, I'm definitely planning on playing. I signed up, and I mean, I'm really excited that it's at home. So
yeah,
I'll see if I can play better than like when it's in Kazakhstan and I'm jet lagged. Yeah, I should have an advantage this time.
And what about classical play in 2025? Do you have plans to stay active?
Yeah, I'll try to play something maybe like every few months, but I don't really have anything planned at the moment. Just see what tournaments look good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Andrew, you must be so tired after this grueling day of chess. We're gonna let you go. Thank you so much for stopping by to speak with us a little bit.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the performance.
It's been a tough day, but thanks. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Andrew. All right, guys. So that was Andrew Tang. So he is going to play in the World Rapid and Blitz. I can't miss. I'm certainly not going to miss that. And what a fantastic sport, right? Guys, he is super competitive. He is not happy with the loss. He came so close to winning this championship. He certainly wanted it badly. He was right there. He was the only player with 4 points out of 4. And, you know, he's still like smiling, complimenting the opponent, having fun, making himself available for interview. I did not know Andrew Tang personally, you know, before this tournament. And that's just a delightful human being. Fantastic. And let's hope that he stays active in classical chess, because as good as he is in Bullet, you know, to watch him play Rapid, to watch him play classical chess is quite the treat. He's a deep thinker. He plays chess on completely different level in classical, and I actually learned a lot from watching him play. Okay, guys. Yeah, exactly. Oh, do I have to end? Is Jay Bonin there? Tech team, go after Jay Bonin. I want to talk to Jay Bonin some more. I don't want to end. Go after Jay Bonin. Let's hear about chess stories from back in the day for an hour and a half more, please. I'm not leaving until we get some Jay. Okay, no Jay. Oh god, this was awesome, guys. Thank you so much for being here with us. What a fantastic day of chess. I think we're all gonna share the same feeling of unfortunately this is over. This was just fantastic. I had lots of fun. Yeah, I should play against everyone in the chat. That's right. I'm not gonna sleep. It's 11:48 p.m. There is no way I can go to sleep now. I'm gonna watch a movie on Netflix or something. I can't sleep. This was fantastic, guys. Thank you to the tech team helping me, holding my hand so much throughout the tournament. Thank you to all the players who made themselves available for the interviews. I have done several of these broadcasts before, but this was certainly the most enjoyable of them, and the human interaction with the players makes this that much more special. And personally, I will hope that we have this experience again. This was a thrilling tournament, as Metaphysician said. And chess lover saying, I deserve some rest too. I must admit that I am tired myself. 9 hours a day broadcasting is not easy. But all good things must come to an end. And I am checking out, guys. Thank you once again. I hope I'll see you all very, very soon.